Woo! What's up, kids? How we doing? What's happening? What's new? How was everyone's weekend? Oh! We stretch. That's the perfect message to pin, Super. I love it. Thank you. Tony is on time for once. Incredible. Extraordinary. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Oh, we're locking in. We're locking in for a good Monday. Jacklo, what's up, buddy? Oh, I can tell. The whole crew is coming out today. We know it. We love it. Guys, I have so many good things to talk about. It's just fantastic. Skidney, how's it going, friend? Great to see you. Quick shout out to Cena to Know for the follow over the weekend. Thank you very much for that. How we doing, guys? Give me some toasts in chat if we're having a good day. Happy Monday indeed. Boom. Look at all those toasts. Super's having a good day. Extreme toast from Catton. What's up, Catton? Hi, Catton. How's it going? I love it. I absolutely love it. Guys, it's been a hell of a weekend. We're going to let people file in, but I have a lot of very fun announcements to make. One of them was already made in the Discord server, but we're going to talk more about it before we get into Feedback Monday, which, you know, will always be a thing. Yeah, look, there he is. He's right there. He's chilling. He was complaining for a while about being stuck in the studio with me. And then I think once the lights go on and he hears me start talking, then he mellows out and he goes and lays down. I bring him in. I always feel kind of bad, right? Because I bring him in before I start streaming. And I'm like, all right, it's time for work, buddy. You're one of the only cats in the world with a job. I do need you to hang out in the studio. And for like the half hour leading up to stream, he just wanders around in circles and screams and is like, let me out. I don't want to be in here. But then as soon as I actually start streaming, he usually gets up in his spot and is like, okay, I understand. Cats are very weird creatures of routine. They're very strange, but we love them. They're very soft and they're very cute. We, of course, have our cold brewed jasmine tea. An absolute requirement for life. If you've never tried it, I highly recommend it. I'm vamping until the ad break ends, and then we're going to go ahead and get into things properly. Oh, man. But so many wonderful things happened over the weekend. It really has, yeah, it's just excellent. Interesting. Come on, ad break.
FJ89 official wants feedback on their song.
FJ89, how's it going? Welcome in. Fantastic. You can kick off feedback today. We just started streaming 3 minutes ago, so you're right on time, my friend. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, you get a link there to a little Google form if you don't mind that. Filling that out for me just real quick. Lets me know a little bit more about you and your track and like what you're looking for feedback on specifically. We will check it out here in just a moment. But first, we have some very, very big announcements to make at the top of stream here. First and foremost. Oh. Nice username, friend. Turds for the win. Coming in with the follow. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, let's get talking, kids. So, it was a crazy weekend. We will start with number one good thing. I have booked a new game that we are... new follower from ASCII Music. Hey, ASCII Music. How's it going? What kind of music do you make? I'm just about to talk about that for a second. Primarily, I am a game composer. Iconic. How's it going, friend? So, guys, I booked a new game. This is a extremely cool game. I am extremely excited to be able to announce that I am a part of it. Let me go ahead and look up the trailer and we can watch it together real quick. I posted it in my Discord yesterday, by the way. If anybody wants to jump in the Discord, ! Discord in chat will get you an invite. But let's go ahead and check this out real quick so you guys can see what's going to be coming on stream. This is not my music. This is placeholder music, but this is the launch trailer that the developers put up just a couple of days ago.
Bean Ben wants feedback on their song.
What's up, Bean? Good to see you. Yes, absolutely happy to do feedback for you. You got a link there to a quick little Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me, it just lets me know more about your track, what you're looking for feedback on. We're going to get into feedback in just a couple of minutes here. This is Order 1 from Aberrant Games, who is the development team behind Attack on Titan VR, which is a very, very successful fan-made Attack on Titan project from a couple of years ago. Reading directly from their literature, Order 1 is a VR exclusive cyberpunk horror stealth action roguelite that aims to be a bold step for VR, cinematic storytelling, addictive gameplay, and no hand-holding. Trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth, you fight through a decaying space station, augmenting yourself with cybernetics and rebuilding from scratch. Rip cybernetic limbs off your enemies and hot swap them onto your own. Fight an evolving enemy that learns from your every move, adapting to your playstyle. Every time you die, consciousness transfers to a cloned body, and you must fight that much harder to recover your old body and your lost gear. Scavenge blueprints and lost cyber arms to upgrade yourself, but be wary of the enemy. Sometimes it's better to sneak past them through vents, crawl spaces, overhangs, or with a well-timed grapple. But if you are spotted, you must act fast, wall run, jump, and slide into battle, slicing your enemies to pieces. Reach the central core without getting lost to the massive station, and uncover the truth behind your own existence. Descend into order. Are you ready? This game is going to be a fucking blast to work on. And the reason that I was so stoked to be able to reach out to these developers and get involved with this is because I think it is one of the most interesting and cool core mechanics I've ever seen in a VR game. It's roguelite, right? So you think of games like, really big recent one would be Megabonk, where you kind of have that like mid-combat upgrade mechanic where you get presented with cards or a menu or, somebody drops a chest or something, and you can basically build craft as you play, right? That would be a very, very difficult mechanic to make work in VR, because you're going to freeze combat in VR and let you choose from a menu? No, that'll never work. What's up, Lou? Good to see you. So they've solved that problem. The developers have solved that problem by taking advantage of one of the best things about VR, which is that it is a very hands-on kind of an experience. So you're listening to guest tracks in here. Yes, absolutely. If you want feedback on a track, ! Feedback. We'll get you a link to a Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me real quick, Sonic, that will just let me know a little bit more about you and your track, what you're looking for feedback on, all that good stuff. But yes, so the developers have handled that problem by you literally take limbs off of your fallen enemies and swap your own limbs out to upgrade and build craft as you run through each mission
Leonra
area.
wants feedback on their song.
Leonra, how's it going? I think it's a brilliant way to handle roguelite in VR. And yeah, exactly. Okay, very handy. The dev team is really experienced. It's going to be an absolute blast. So that is going to be coming up on stream over the next, I don't know, 6 months or so, probably. But what's really totally up to you, Blue. It's absolutely up to you. What is really, really exciting, though, is in addition to just getting to do the game and getting to do it on stream, this is the first opportunity that I have had where we have a game. Thank you, Iconic. Yeah, it's very, very cool. Where we have a game where I can show you guys, we have a ton of people who come into chat, a ton of people in my Discord who are aspiring game composers who want to get into this world. And I finally have an opportunity where it's something that has been announced. I am under NDA, so I can't talk about everything. But we have there's a lot of public-facing information about the game. And what I'm going to be able to do with you guys is go through the entire process from top to bottom, starting with how I reached out to the devs, how I got connected with them, how I negotiated getting involved in the game, how we're going to go about planning and organizing everything, and then go all the way through the process of, integrating lore and, world building into our music, how we stay organized, how we do deliverables, how we take feedback, how we action on that feedback in the form of revisions. It's going to be a really, really, really cool process. I don't want to say too terribly much yet, but there is also a chance that another much more well-known composer could be involved as well, who we would get to work with a little bit. It's a very, very exciting thing. That's all I'll say on that front. But yeah, so stay tuned. We're going to be starting literally tomorrow. What's up, UC? Pet Toast. We can do that. We're going to be starting tomorrow, and I'm just going to make tomorrow a big, long stretch of just talking about, how I connected with the devs and kind of the process of getting started on a project like this. What's up, Why So Cold? Thank you so much for the follow. Let's pet the cat. What's up, Just Another Day? Hi.
Hatecore
He's mad at me.
underscore wants feedback on their song.
Mizoku, how's it going? Oh my god, so much feedback.
Blueif68 wants feedback on their song.
Turds for the win. I'm gonna steal your cat. You have no option. I will fight you for him. Yeah, Iconic. It's gonna be really, really, really fun. I'm thrilled. We're gonna really get into the nitty gritty because, like, the most common question I get on stream is people come in and say, "Oh, you're a professional producer, professional composer, whatever. Like, you do this for a full-time job. How do I get work? How do I find clients? How do I do projects like this? How do I get involved in this world?" And so I finally, we've worked on tons of different games on stream, but it's always kind of mid, oh, I've been working on this for years, or oh, it's a one-off thing, or oh, it's, I can't talk too much about it. This is the first time where it's like I can show you guys exactly the process and what it takes from top to bottom to get involved. Oh, for sure, Turds. That's very cool. Yeah, and that's, a lot of it's like I'm a composer, but it's all the sort of entrepreneurial side of it is kind of universal, right? I have a screenshot from our wonderful mod, Supertonic, by the way. What is this, Super? I'm very confused. Add me to the queue. Wait. I don't understand, Super. Oh, share the queue with you? Okay, hang on. Let me do something for our mod here. Huge shout out, by the way, to our wonderful moderator, Supertonic, making it happen. Give me 1 second. I need to do something for him real quick here. But yes, so other very, very big and exciting news. Hang on. There is that. We have a couple of giveaways that we are going to be doing. One of my clients has made a very, very generous donation to the channel. And that is going to allow me to do a couple of very, very cool giveaways. So we are going to do one this week, and then we're going to do a different one next week. The first giveaway this week is going to be for a free mix. And this is a top-tier premium mix. I will spend as much time on your track as needs to be spent to get it sounding as good as it possibly can. If you are interested in that, jump over into the Discord. It is not set up yet. Once I end stream today, we're going to get it set up, and I will ping everyone when that is done. The second giveaway, which will be next week, is going to be for a private 2-hour consult session with me, one-on-one, for whatever you want. If you want to talk about mixing and get help with learning how to mix, great. If you want to learn more about production, great. If you want to learn about industry stuff, getting work, all those kinds of things, great. If you want to, learn more about playing a particular instrument as much as I can help, great. But this week is going to be a free mix on your track, done on stream if you want or not, totally up to you. Along with, breakdown of everything I do, all that kind of stuff. And then next week is going to be a one-on-one consult with me, looking at whatever it is you want to look at, helping you however I possibly can. So those are the two giveaways that we're going to be doing. Again, join the Discord, !Discord will get you an invite. And you will see that giveaway go up, the first giveaway for the free mix session going up before end of day today. So yeah, that's all I got. And those are pretty, well, and honestly, beyond that, I should just also say last week was an absolutely record-smashing stream in every regard. We topped out at 35 people at one point. We had over 40 40 subs and gifted subs last week. We had this donation from one of my clients so that we could do a giveaway. I cannot thank all of you enough. It's just so incredibly cool to get to have this space where we hang out and we all talk about this thing that we love, which is making music. So I owe it completely to you guys, and I just thank you. I really, really appreciate it. And even in here right now, we've got, 20 some odd people, it looks like, and we're going to do some feedback, and it's going to be a great fucking time. So, yes, #winning, agreed, Iconic, and agreed, Jekyll, and thank you very much, Iconic. I appreciate the sentiment. On that note, let's go ahead. Let's look at where Q is sitting at here. We have 8 people in queue already for feedback, so we are going to get started on looking at some tracks. You guys know the drill. We were 8 people in queue already, so we are
_cold wants feedback on
we
their
are
song.
we are stacked up. But you guys will see if you are new to the channel. I like to take my time with feedback. I like to make sure that I'm giving everybody as much good advice as I possibly can. So if you are in queue right now and we're 8 or 9 deep, it is going to take a little bit to get to you. I do apologize. I really hope you can hang out. If not, I totally understand. No worries. Let me know in chat. And we can either, if you want to come back later, we can, yes, make that 9 in the queue. It's true. If you guys want to come back later, just let me know. We'll try to remember and get that worked out. Or if not, I stream every single day, Monday through Friday, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central European time. And would be happy to check out your track on a different day as well. So with all of that being said, let's go ahead and check out our first track, courtesy of Burrito Grease. Well, I don't know if Burrito Grease has said hi in chat yet. But before we get into what sounds very heavy and very intense, level 5 producer working in FL Studio. Fantastic. Looking for feedback more or less on everything. And notes, dubstep style. Burrito Grease, are you in chat with us? Let's check out the track. Yo, how's it going?
Pygmy wants feedback on their song.
Seriously iconic. Yes. Wow. What a bombastic way to start stream. That's a whole lot. It's a bit much to me. Yeah, so first of all, nice job with the sound design here. It's definitely very loud and very in your face. I have a couple of ideas for you on this. I agree with Hate, first of all, that it could use a little bit more low end. What I feel like I'm missing here is you obviously have a ton of really, really gritty top end, a ton of saturation, a ton of distortion going on, which, you know, is kind of, yes, it's the clipping, absolutely. And that's for this particular style of music is fine. It's super loud. It's super in your face. That's all fine. But what you lose, exactly, Hey, what you lose when you go for this level of clipping and this level of distortion is you can end up losing a lot of that low end subby fundamental. So typically when we talk about this a ton, when we're listening to styles like this that rely really heavily on clipping and distortion and pushing into these kinds of things really, really hard, right? It is very easy to just throw a hard clipper on your master bus or you know some kind of clipping and push your mix into it super, super, super hard. And you get the loudness, you get the distortion, all that kind of stuff. A much better way of going about it, though, is using that tool or those kinds of tools individually on the different elements of your mix so that you have a lot more control. As I've learned, even just recently, because I don't produce a lot of stuff in this style. I come from originally like the rock and pop world as a record producer, and then nowadays I'm doing a lot more game scoring. Yeah, Mizoku, everyone's a sub because we had 30 gifted or 40 gifted last week between a couple of different people, which is crazy. Yes, exactly. Clip the group or the bus, not the master, because the mixing in this style is all about control, right? Control over your individual elements. And while you can get really nasty in your face sounds and a ton of raw volume out of hitting everything on your master bus, what I'm really missing here is that low subby fundamental. In your kick and I mean, the kick's okay, but it's more in like the bass synths, right? Like I want a little bit more richness. I want a little bit more presence down in that 60, 80 hertz range, 100 hertz range, you know, that kind of area. I'm going to be auditioning for an indie band next week as a vocalist. Do you have any tips? Absolutely, Roller Coaster. We'll talk about that in a second. So that's the first thing I would recommend is, yeah, just trying to lean a little bit more into yes, very good point, Hate. Yeah. And Hate, in terms of sound designing stuff like this, Hate is kind of my gold star. Hate and Cakes, who's another one of our community members. Guys just really know how to do this stuff well. I've learned a ton from listening to their tracks and talking to them about it. So yeah, that would be my first piece of feedback. Just look at how you're managing all of the distortion and the clipping and stuff and try to do it in a bit more of a granular way. And then do a little bit more in the way of you know, your master bus is a good place for limiting compression maximization and a little bit of clipping, but not, you know, your primary source of distortion. My second idea for you is it hits cool moments. I think it needs to be longer, first of all, and I think that you need a lot more dynamic in your arrangement here because it hits hard. The track starts by punching you in the face and then does not stop punching you in the face for 50 seconds, and then it stops. Like anything else in life, dynamic gives us contrast, right? You can't be happy without being sad sometimes, right? And you can't like weirdly having dramatic and dynamic breaks makes your drops hit way harder. It seems weird and a little counterintuitive, but if you start from a place of spaciousness, a place of quiet, a place of nuance, and then punch somebody in the face, that punch is going to, with, crazy, womp, that punch is going to land a lot harder than just starting the track by going, plow, and then blasting them, backwards for the entire thing. So I would recommend, assuming this is a work in progress, I think it should be longer, first of all, and I think you could have a couple of drops in here, breaks and then builds and then drops to really sell the dynamic, to make the track more of a journey, take your listener to a few different places as you go through it. I think would be a really good a really good call here. It just gives more contrast, it gives more flavor. And yeah, we'll take your listener on a bit more of a journey. But yeah, very, like I said at the beginning, very cool sound design when it does really like lock into a groove in the back half of the track. It's really, really nice. So strong work overall, but I think, yeah, a little bit more control in terms of your clipping and your mix overall, a little bit more fundamental, a little bit more like mid-range. There's lots of OTT. Well, that's a separate conversation. And then, yeah, just, pulling out the track and having it go a couple of other places. I think you'd be in very, very good shape. But thank you very much for sharing, Burrito. Real quick, let's talk about Roller Coaster's question here. I'm auditioning for an indie band next week as a vocalist. Do you have any tips? Absolutely. Show up on time. Show up prepared. Know the tunes. But most importantly, beyond any of that, try to be as good of a hang as you possibly can. That's really what it comes down to. And this applies for absolutely anything. If you are, whether you are trying to go out and, be in a band, playing an instrument or singing, whether you're trying to work with a game developer to score a game, whether you're trying to produce for an artist or make beats for an artist, being able to do the job is very important. Obviously, you need to, in your case, you need to be a good singer or you need to be a good producer. You need to be able to deliver the product. But what people are really looking for when they want to collaborate with somebody or when they want to hire someone, they are looking for somebody who can solve problems, and they are looking for somebody who can do what they need them to do in a way that is easy, in a way that's effortless, in a way that's predictable, and in a way that's fun, right? And consistent. So, yeah, like that's what lands you gigs. Like, we're going to talk about this a bunch tomorrow as we talk about getting started on this new Order 1 game. Is like the reason that I'm pretty confident that the reason that I got got the gig. First, like, yes, I showed them the tracks that I wrote for Ares last year, and they were familiar with Ares and they liked it. That's not really why. It was because I made it very clear as we started talking, that it's like I can communicate really well. I am, kind of, I'm going to be punctual. I'm going to be organized. I'm really passionate about your project. I think the game looks sick. So, like, when you go to this audition, it's just as important that the sound, the songs, and you can sing them really well, the lyrics, all that stuff. Like, that's important, but also showing up and being like, no, I'm here to be a part of this group. I'm here because this is going to be a good time. I'm here because I want to sing and I want to be a part of this and make it as good as it possibly can be. I'm going to be on time to rehearsals. What's up, Kirby Slice? How's it going? I'm going to be on time to rehearsals. I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to know the tunes, and I'm going to be a good time to hang out with. I'm going to be fun and funny. I'm here to be a part of the group. Exactly. I cannot tell you how many musicians and producers and stuff I have known who are insanely fucking good. I mean, absolutely world class. For sure, turns. Yeah, Kirby, you know the drill. Hop in queue. We're pretty deep in queue at the moment, but we're working through it. So, I know so many guys who are, and have met so many people who are just jaw-droppingly good, like the best you could possibly imagine, and they don't work because they are not necessarily super easy to work with, or they show up 2 hours late to rehearsal, or they don't really do the, take the time to learn the tunes, or they're like weird and kind of like, pushy with their own vision for things. All that kind of stuff. And so people just don't call them. Or people don't ask them to be in their band, or the people don't have them produce. On the flip side, I have known so many people who are not the best, and they're fine. They can do the job, but they're not the best singer in the room. They're not the best producer in the room. They're not the best engineer in the room or composer or whatever. And they have platinum records on their walls. They've worked with the biggest people in the industry. And they've gotten those opportunities because they are great people. And they're a great vibe to hang out with, and they're just a ton of fun, and they bring like fire and passion to every single project, and they can do the job. But that's not why they're there. They're there because people want them
feedback on
to
their
be
song.
there. What's up, guys? Man, we are popping off today. This is fantastic. So, anyways, all that is to say, that's kind of my ethos for that stuff. Roller coaster. I have a similar thing later this week. I have a meeting with a new wedding band to hopefully get some gigs with them. So I'm in exactly the same position. I'm going to spend all day Wednesday working through a ton of tunes and charting a bunch of stuff and, and getting ready. But yeah, good luck, man. I hope it goes well for you, and I hope it's a good hang. Stay sick. How's it going? My God, so many great folks in here right now. I'm trying to keep up with chat, but you guys are being too cool. You're being too awesome and chatting. So we're doing our best. But thank you for the question, Roller Coaster. I wish you the absolute best of luck. And I hope it goes really, really well. I hope you have a great time. And I hope you make some cool music with the guys. So, but let's keep cooking on some feedback here. Bean Ben is up next. Level 2 producer, so relatively new. Welcome to the club, my friend. Play piano. What DAW do you use? It's called Soundtrap. It's literally a website, but I use it because it's free. Interesting. I'm not familiar with Soundtrap. Should I know anything about your song? Literally, thank you so much. This is the first time I've done this. So you're very nervous. Do not be nervous, my friend. We've got
Dylan
you.
Dylan0Ted_official wants
We've got you
on
covered.
Song.
So let's go ahead and check out what you got going on. Yes, I am, Kirby. It's crazy. Thank you, Super. Ben, I will just say, sorry to interrupt real quick, because this piece is so long, I will probably skim. Want to make sure we've got a ton of people in queue right now, so we want to make sure that we get time for everybody. So we'll probably just do a couple of minutes. Not that I don't want to hear the whole thing. I super do, but just to make sure. Okay. Really nice changes. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
It's Wild Boars wants feedback on their song.
What's up, Boris? Good to see you. Okay. Again, sorry for skimming so much, but it is a 9-minute tune. Okay, man, there's a lot to love here. Great, great work overall, particularly on the songwriting department. Yeah, so, okay, a couple of things to go through here. First of all, your progressions, your chord choices. You did a couple of really, really cool things that I really like. So you're kind of in this G-ish territory, or sorry, G. Your key of let me think about this. Is that E? I think B minor, F sharp minor, right? And then a little B flat, and then at some point you go to this, which is extremely, extremely cool. All that's nice. Yeah, kind of shoegazy. Your vocal sounds nice. I think number one, mixing. Somebody mentioned mixing. There's definitely some things that could be punched up there a little bit. It mainly just sounds a little bit, I would say, like demo-y in terms of, I think you could take the mixing farther. I think it could be a little bigger, a little bit fuller. Imaging, what we call imaging, which is like the stereo field, right? Whether or not things are panned left and right, is a really, really useful tool in mixing to make things sound really big and lush and rich. So I would definitely play with that. Oh no, an ad. Oh no, somebody would gift this man a sub. Oh no. Let me know when you're back. Fortunately, it's a short one, so we'll vibe for a second. Green means that ads are happening. Let's get some W's in chat for our wonderful mod, Supertonic, who is running the lights as well, and doing an overall great job. Yeah, fortunately, this one's short. There's only 60 seconds. We're already halfway through. I wish I had more control over the ads, but I just simply don't. As people join the stream, everybody kind of gets on different cycles, and Twitch tries to warn me, and I can snooze them sometimes, and sometimes I can. Super can too. And yeah, I don't. It's a whole it's a thing we're constantly battling, so I just sort of try to let it do its thing. Yeah, right, Blue? Absolutely. Ad break ended. Your community is back. Hooray! Are we back? Are we back, guys? Bean Ben, are we back? 10 seconds and you're back. Awesome. I love it. Woo! Over on the YouTube side, Blushy Boy. Hello. How's it going? Okay, great. So, yeah, the other main thing that I think would be really good, your voice, your, yeah, that's totally fine. Just another day. Your vocal sounds really nice. I like the character of your voice, but it's quite quiet in the mix. It's quite low. And so I would definitely recommend compression on your voice, some EQing to really bring out, like what we call the air band would be really good here, which is frequencies about 10K, 12K and up, really brings a lot of like life and detail to your vocal. And then a nice reverb, maybe a little bit of delay, just like some general mix on your voice, a little bit of vocal production on your voice. Will really make it pop out of the track and stand really nicely. Exactly, iconic. Beyond that, so that's kind of like I'm hearing this tune in kind of three sections. We've got this cool kind of shoegazy, poppy, rocky kind of a vibe at the beginning. Then you go into this real interesting kind of abstract. very feedbacky area. And then we kind of slowly build out of that back into more of a groove, but we still have that crazy kind of feedback guitar element really prominent. I like this conceptually, in my opinion. If this is like what you want to do and this is what speaks to you, for sure, you know, by all means. I love it conceptually. I would make it much shorter. I would have it go down to that feedbacky stuff for maybe 10 seconds, maybe, you know, somewhere in that neighborhood. Have it descend into that and have it be this moment of like, whoa, where are we going? This is like, that's cool. But when you go, like, I don't have the exact timestamps, but it looks like it's 2 or 3 minutes long. You're going to lose a lot of listeners in that 2 or 3 minutes who are going to go, well, I don't understand. You contrarian, you hate. You're going to lose a lot of listeners because it's a departure for sure. And again, like, I really dig it conceptually. It's a cool moment. And then I like the idea of coming out of it and back into a groove. When you do that and come back into that groove, I would remove that feedback element I would have it fade all the way out and come back into a big anthemic, you know, big drum beat, you know, back to some of those same chords. You know, go into that kind of stuff with a big drum beat. Take that crazy feedbacky element, kind of, you know, have it go away. Oh, thank you. And lean into like a big anthemic ending of the tune. You could even bring like your chorus vocals back around at the end. And so what you end up with is like 2.5, 3 minutes of a killer setup. And then this drop into this really abstract place for a second, and then build back out of that into this big, amazing. Right? Huge drums. You know, that's how I would go about it. I think that would be very, very cool. Mallory, good day. How's it going, friend? But I think your fundamentals are excellent here. It's a well-written tune. Your progressions are great. Your vocal melodies are great. The arrangement and the instrumentation you've picked really makes sense. What's happening? Great question, Mallory. I'll answer that in just a second. It's a really, really, really nice piece, man. I think some editing and leaning a little bit more into the mix, and learning a little bit more about putting together a good, strong mix. I think you'll really have a great piece on your hands here. So thank you very, very much for sharing. I appreciate it. It's very cool. Very cool to hear. And to answer your question, Mallory, and since we have so many wonderful new friends in here. Oh, for sure, Bean. Okay, well then listen to all this, Bean, because this will be helpful to you. I'm going to do my quick spiel just so you guys all know what's going on. Hi, I'm Nathan Scott. Thank you all so very, very much for tuning in. I am a professional composer, music producer, mix master engineer, multi-instrumentalist. I have been in the industry for 16 years now. Most of what I do these days is game scoring, so I write music for indie video games. I also do artist production. I've done work for Sync and film and TV, other commercial production projects. Most of what my stream is about is doing commissioned client work. So we just booked a new game, a very cool VR horror roguelike called Order 1 that we're going to be working on. We have a couple other games in rotation, a couple of albums in rotation that we're producing for artists. So we hang out. I talk through my process. Not anymore, hate. At least not nearly as often. I talk through my process. I talk about the software that I use, plugins. I talk about the fundamentals of mixing, mastering, music theory, arrangement, songwriting, all that kind of stuff. If anyone ever has any questions, no matter how simple or advanced, no matter if it's related to what we're talking about or not, I'm always happy to try to answer and help. We also, of course, do feedback. Today is Feedback Monday. all day, so we check out your tracks. I give you as honest feedback and as good of ideas as I possibly can. So yeah, that's kind of the that is kind of the deal around here. So if that sounds interesting to you and you want to follow or drop a sub, it is always deeply appreciated. I'm always looking for new clients as well. If you guys ever need anything mixed or produced or anything like that, join the Discord. !Discord will get you an invite and you can reach out to me directly there. Yes, perfect. Thank you, Super. And we have our wonderful mod, Supertonic, in the background, helping us with lights, keeping everything organized. He is wonderful and perfect and amazing in every way, and we love him. Yeah, I think just another day is getting food. We also have Toast. He's our co-host. He snoozes on the studio couch. We love him. So, yes, to circle back around, Bean Bean Ben. If you want to learn more about compression or you ever want to chat about that, tune back in anytime. We're live every single day, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central European time. And I would be happy to talk all about compression and teach you whatever you want to know about it. So thank you again very much for sharing. Let's keep cooking with the feedback here. Let's see here. Hang on. What's happening? Oh, Super. Are you deleting responses as we go? That is so helpful. Oh my God, that's wonderful. So I was like, wait, it says 1 of 12, but it's not the one that we were on. That's amazing. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to jump just another day for a moment because he's off getting food. Hey, Core, you are up, my friend. The master of insane in-your-face sound design himself, working in Ableton. Word select produce a song to the picture. So I'm assuming this is the picture and that the track that inspired the track, or you're sort of using this image as like a starting prompt for your tune. Is that correct? Volume warning. Oh, that's a given with you, my friend. Yes, that is the picture. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Bean Bean Ben. I appreciate you hanging out, man. Thick lows.
DJ_Flyman wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. What's up, Flyman? Good to see you, buddy. Wild. Definitely fits the brief of the image for sure. It's really, really nice. I think you're going to laugh. Right here, 2 hours work. Sadly, didn't have time to make it cooler. Okay, yeah, for sure. Fair enough. Most of for feedback wise, most of what my thoughts would be here is kind of what we were talking about earlier of like, and I'm sure you're already doing this to a certain extent, but like bussing thing, like there's just moments where once the sound design shit really drops in, obviously that's one thing. But before that, I can hear and feel your strings and the war drums, like, you know, the big kind of organic acoustic war drums, hitting, clipping in the way that synths do. And while I like how in your face it is, it dulls them in a way that I don't love. So I don't know if there's a world in which you could bus those acoustic elements differently to where they're at least a little bit cleaner. And that'll give you more of that contrast between those being still loud and in your face, but cleaner. And then your sound design stuff being really, you know, in your face and clipped, like where I know you like it. Sonic Buckwit. I love that username. How's it going, friend? Thank you for the follow. That would be my only thought here, because it's my favorite thing. I've heard there was like a sci-fi thing that you submitted a couple of weeks ago or a month ago that was not dissimilar to this. And I love the contrast of strings and then the really heavy sound design stuff. Time restraints force me to be more creative given that I can't speak. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, you can definitely like do some fun shit with time. That was the whole beat roulette thing that we used to do, was built around that idea. But yeah, I like hearing the contrast between, even if they're really compressed and in your face, still having really like organic, detailed strings. When you push strings into like clipping and compression like this, you just lose a lot of airband. You lose a lot of top end definition and detail. So that's like the main thing that I'm hearing. I would love to hear those be more like raw. And then you have the contrast between these beautiful raw, you know, choral vocals and strings and the, you know, the sort of spiccato bowed stuff. And then this like insane heavy sound design. So that would be my only thought. But arrangement wise, it's really cool. I think it fits the picture really, really well. I see it as kind of the sound design stuff is the green magical evil lights. And then the choirs and the strings are kind of the stone around it, which is imagery I super fuck with. In this case, since I had a bass trap, everything is mastered like a bass trap. For sure, and I totally get that. That's where I would say, like, because you can bus in so many different ways, especially in Ableton. Like, take all the elements that fit in that and say this is like a whole track and put it all in one bus. I do this all the time. And then take all the other stuff and put it in a separate bus and then like master from stems almost, and just feed those, get your sound design bus with all the drums, all the synths, everything in it, even if those are in themselves going to sort of smaller buses. Sum all that together and master that as one stack, and then do the acoustic stuff really clean, and then volume match those at the end, and then hit it with like a cleaner limiter. And I think you'll get a really, really contrasty, very cool sounding mix. You can even sidechain one to the other, or, you know, do something interesting like that. So just food for thought, but it's sick, man. Sounds really, really cool. I dig it for sure. Thank you very much for sharing, my friend. Always good to hear your shit. Okay, we're going to keep it moving. We have so many people in queue. I love this. This is great. And let me know if Just Another Day comes in, because they are still in the wings here. Up next, I'm Archer. You're Archer. I'm not Archer. You're Archer. What do you got going on, my friend? Level 8 producer. Very, very cool. My last project was really quiet on all platforms, so trying to figure out how to get good, consistent loudness. I did everything myself, really experiment to find my own rap style because I'm more of a singer. Okay, very, very cool, man. I love it. Well, we talk about loudness and perceived volume a lot on this channel, so we can absolutely give you some thoughts there.
I'm an ice cold nigga. I need some ice cold liquor. I'm gonna do my little dance on this little dance floor. Tell these bitches ask what I dance for. I'm an ice cold nigga. I need some ice cold liquor. I'm gonna do my little dance on this little dance floor. Tell these bitches ask what I dance for. I try to move so I forget how my muscle.
Welcome back, Cold.
Bitch, I bought some boots so I could work where it was wet. They ain't even like me, so I overrepresent. back what I spent. I just want some time and a bitch in my bed. I did so I forget. Baby, come back. I don't wanna do it yet. Make it feel like we just met. That first look into your eyes, I still cannot forget.
Very clean mix. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to call it out while I'm hearing it. The overall balance of everything is really, really nice. Kick is nice and present. The sort of stringish, paddish element of the beat, that that sound. There's something in the timing of it that's a little bit weird. I don't know if you're side chaining it or using like an envelope shaper to get those gaps, but I would maybe look at the timing a little bit because your voice is really lined up and really grooving and in time with the drums. So you have a really consistent grid with that. But there's like an element of kind of staggered timing to that element that's like kind of messing with the groove a tiny bit to my ear.
Heartbeat to heartbeat, right out of my chest. Now I'm just wishing
Like it feels kind of behind the beat.
I lose my love, I must now confess. I do this dance just so I forget. I'm an ice cold nigga. I need some ice cold liquor. I'm gonna do my little dance on this little dance floor. Tell these bitches ask what I dance for. I'm an ice cold nigga. I need some ice cold liquor. I'm gonna do my little dance on this little dance floor.
Oh, for sure. Well, and it's not, I mean, it's like you hear that a lot. Like you can stagger stuff like that to kind of like give the rhythm and the groove of it make it kind of interesting and a little wonky. That's great. But it's the fact that it's contrasted with your rapping is really tight and really in time, and then the drums are really precise. So it's just, yeah, it feels a little bit, it's like taking away from how tight the other stuff is.
These bitches ask what I dance for. Shawty throwing ass on the dance floor. Brother, I said pass with your hands full. Got some extra cash, my hands full. Baby said let's dance cause I'm handsome. Nigga think he bad, so let's pants him. Turn him into a ghost, make him phantom. Then I take his hope, memorandum. Nigga, I'm the man, it's my anthem. Got these bitches on me, I'm God. Got the city on me, I'm God. And I'm in this bitch, I'm God.
Sure, Flyman, go for it.
In this bitch, I'm God. I be feeling myself like God. Damn, I'm God. Thinking at me niggas when we fall out. I'm on my own now. I'm an ice cold nigga. I need some ice cold liquor. I'm gonna do my little dance on this little dance floor. Tell these bitches ask what I dance for. I'm an ice cold nigga.
Oh, there's no need to be embarrassed, Flyman.
I'm gonna do my little dance on this little dance floor. Tell these bitches ask what I dance for.
Very cool, man. Nice groove. You know, like I was saying, like your vocal performance is really good. It's really tight, really clean. The mix sounds good. The mix on your voice sounds good. Everything is balanced really, really nicely. And I think loudness wise, you know, this feels like it's in a good spot. I don't have a metering. I don't have metering pulled up right now, but just watching my metering feels like it's, you know, minus 10-ish LUFS, minus 11-ish LUFS. If you're not familiar with what LUFS are, I'm happy to explain them. Those are a very important concept to know when you're talking about loudness, because this is how we measure perceived loudness. But it's really with, you know, where are you trying to release primarily is kind of the question, because on SoundCloud doesn't normalize track to track, or at least I don't think it does by default. You might be able to turn that on, but SoundCloud just, you know, kind of lets things be however loud or quiet that they as they are. And some engineers and some producers like to really push and make things really, really loud. Some engineers don't. What's up, Blazin? How's it going, buddy? But when it comes to other streaming platforms, right, like the Apple Musics of the world, the Spotify of the world, Deezer, all that stuff, most of those platforms normalize against other things. So they will analyze the song, determine the average perceived loudness of it, and then they will turn all the songs in a playlist or just across the whole platform up and down. Sometimes you can turn that off, but they will adjust all of them so they're roughly the same volume, because what they want to avoid is somebody's sitting there in headphones, they're going to sleep, let's say, or they're reading a book before they go to sleep, and they got their headphones in and they're vibing, and then suddenly a track comes on that's 10 dB louder than the track before it. Terrible user experience. They're ripping their headphones out of their head. They can't get to their phone fast enough to turn it down because suddenly it's 3 times louder than the track before it. So they want to avoid that. So they normalize everything out. Now, if you push your track and master it louder and then you normalize it down to match that other stuff, or allow the platform to do that rather, yes, you can get a little bit more push and a little bit more punch out of it. But it all comes down to this issue of LUFS, which is, again, this measurement of how loud your track is. It's a number that we can give it by analyzing it using metering tools. So ways to get your track louder and more in your face sounding, obviously limiting on your master output and just a good overall mastering process. I mean, I always say that if you can do it at all, even if you're, just doing stuff for fun or as a hobby, send your tracks to a mastering engineer. It is not super expensive. I charge $20 or $30 a song for mastering. If anybody is interested in that service, join the Discord, !Discord. We'll get you an invite. Feel free to reach out to me. I would love to master track for you. But it will allow you to, get somebody else's ears on your mix and do a little bit of EQing and stuff, to make it sound as good as it possibly can from an objective kind of third-person perspective. And mastering engineers know how to get things really loud and punchy. So that would be my top-line advice. But beyond that, if you want to try to do it for yourself, learning about LUFS, how they're calculated, what that term means, and then using tools like multiband compression, limiting, and clipping, soft clipping, are all things that will get you that perceived loudness and make your track pushed that much harder. And once you have a good understanding, and LUFS are not complicated by that. It's not like some crazy equation that you have to do. It's literally you just pull up a meter and it says, oh, your track right now is at -9. You go, okay, cool. And then you know that most streaming platforms normalize to -13. What's up, Fizz? Yes, it is. You know it. And then, depending on the genre and the subgenre and the style, there are other kind of recommended target, if you really want super pushed dubstep, modern EDM, any specific number I should go for in LUFS. So that's kind of the question, right? If you want really loud pushed in your face, if you want really, really, really in your face, -4, -5, but the louder that you get, the more difficult it gets to make your mix clean. That's the give and take. It's not impossible. If you're a really good mix engineer and really good at mastering, you can get a mix that's like -3, which is hugely loud and in your face. That still sounds pretty clean. But if you don't know what you're doing, if you try to push for -3 by just throwing clipping on it or just throwing a super intense limiter, you're going to ruin the low end. You're going to ruin the top end. You're going to introduce a bunch of distortion. Your track is going to sound really flat and not very good. Again, this circles back around to using a mastering engineer and letting them know that you want to shoot for a really aggressive LUFS target. But this is all stuff that's pretty easy to learn. None of it's overly technical. Again, LUFS is just a number that you can get from metering, a metering plugin, which your DAW, I guarantee you, already has built into it. So yeah, that would be kind of my general advice. You do a little bit of learning on exactly what LUFS are and how they're calculated. Learn a little bit about limiting, compression, maximization or normalization, and soft clipping. Those are going to be the tools that you want to use. Sounds good. Super. Thank you. And that will teach you everything that you need to know about how to get your tracks nice and loud and present. And then basically it's just like, think about where when it comes to a specific target, think about where you want your track to go. Are you mainly going on to, going after specific like playlists on SoundCloud, let's say, or trying to emulate or do stuff in the style of other specific artists on SoundCloud? Listen to their stuff and, shoot for a similar target. If you want to be going across all platforms, I would shoot, like, if you want to be uploading to Spotify and Apple Music and stuff, I would shoot for like -10, knowing that it's going to get normalized down to -13 or -14, because that'll give you a little bit of extra push to make it sound nice and present. But so it's still going to be really nice and full and rich, but ultimately it's going to be the same volume as everything else. It's when you undershoot and you put out a mix that's at like -18, then it just sounds kind of weak and anemic and not nearly as loud and as punchy as anything else. So, but overall, man, like, again, your mix sounds nice. Your vocal performance is really, really strong. The groove is good. Production's overall really groove. Just that one timing thing kind of catching my ears a little odd, but overall, really, really nice job. I dig it. Thank you very much for sharing. Okay, we are going to take a quick advertisement break here. And when we come back from that, we will be moving along. We're still keeping an eye out for Just Another Day. We will be moving along to Sonic Buckwit, one of our favorite usernames of the day. So yeah, we will be back in a moment. Super. Let me know when we have launched ads. No, thank you, I'm Archer. I appreciate it. I really appreciate you sharing, man. And I hope that's helpful. I have a track that's at around -5 LUFS, but it sounds louder than it really is. And that means you've achieved a really good mix, Blazon. That is kind of the magic, the magic that we're all kind of after. And yes, there are a ton of new people in here, which is amazing. I had a feeling today was going to pop off because we at Mondays have just been huge recently, but this is already a record-breaking stream. We've been averaging 25 people pretty much since, I don't know, 20 minutes into stream. And Fizz, I don't know if you you might be an ad, and I'm sorry, but I'll say it anyways. I don't know if you've looked at the Discord, Fizz, but we booked a new game, a very, very cool new game. Blazon, yes, queue is open. We're very deep in queue. We've got about 10 people right now. But you're welcome to jump in there. We're going to get to everybody today. So you are welcome to jump in there if you want. I'm back. I love it. Welcome back. Just another day. I never really received any ad breaks. See, this is what I'm saying. But yeah, Fizz, go look in the Discord, scroll up in chat, and you'll see my announcement about the game that we're going to be doing. I had some good eats. Very, very good. I love it. Okay, we're almost out of ad here. Advertisements go away. Advertisements go away. We don't like watching ads. Ad break ended. Your community is back. Fantastic. Okay. Sonic Buckwit, I apologize. Just Another Day submitted earlier in stream, and he had to step away for a second. So we're going to do his track real quick, and then we will take a look at yours next. But technically, he was first in queue. He just had to pop out for a second. So, but we'll get to you in just a second. Don't worry, my friend. What instruments do you play? You already know. I certainly do. Working in FL and Pro Tools. I just wanted to show off. I think I finally hit the nail on the head with production and mix. My favorite one that I've made, the pain of sampling this made me want to give up, but we came through on the other side. I love it. Let's check it out, man. Fizz, yeah, the order one. We just got signed on to score that.
Blazon Beats wants feedback on their song.
Think it's better off if you don't ask me about my bad days. I miss my mother. I had to listen to what my dad says. You can't get another, ain't no way you're bringing them back. Ain't no way that's heavier than that. Ain't no way you think I'm lost, I drew up the map. I was a turtle, struggling to get off my back, but I got thick skin and a hard shell. No, I'm getting rid of this.
Well, maybe you should get a VR headset then.
See, I'm ahead of the race. I stopped for a cup of tea. Then man, I stuck behind the sail. Cause while you out doing what you do, I'm sampling old tunes, going crazy in the booth. And Edwards, I'm the truth. You can tell by my multiple chains and gold
Chat, should I play drums to this?
tooth. You know me, but I don't know you. Golden hooves on my trusty steed. Just trust in me, I'm a ticket to the top, babe. I got multiple records spinning like a Beyblade. See, I laugh right at you when you don't like me. My whole life I faced hate. Keep on talking, I'll give you a sample how the bottom of these Timbs taste, mate. Yeah, fucking well done. Honestly, don't try me. It's
Nice little break right there.
I guess I'm on my own again. I think I'm better off that way. Think it's better off if you don't ask me about my bad day. See, I miss my mother. I had to listen to what my dad says. You can't get another, ain't no way you're bringing
I love
them
it, man.
back.
I'm so
Ain't no
glad.
way that's heavier than that. Ain't no way you think I'm lost. I drew up the map.
Yeah, we're gonna play drums to this just for a second. Really, really nice work, man. It sounds great. Your voice sounds excellent. It's a killer vibe. I love just like your old school, like full sample flip. It's so great. My only thought, I wish there was like a little more kick. If there's a way for you to isolate that a little bit and bring it out, and then like a little bit more kind of crunchy top end on the sample. That's it. Other than that, it feels great. And I just want to. Classic hip hop samples like this are so near and dear to my heart. We gotta just jam some drums for a second to this, just for a second, and then we'll move on because this is fat. This is fucking fantastic. Excuse me. Camera, why are we not going to drum view? Why is my camera not doing the thing? I gotta fix that. We'll do it manually. That's fine. Swoop. Ha ha ha. There we go. All right. Is this a Jaco sample? That sounds like Jaco Pastorius.
Another day to start all over again.
Such a nice groove, man. Thanks for indulging me for a second. Ah, wrong button. Is that working? That's the problem. Hang on. There we go. Boom. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a vibe, right? Yeah, hey, like I said, join the Discord. Get at me. Exclamation point Discord gets you an invite. Just hit me up. I'm on there. You can DM me. I would be more than happy to talk to you guys and do whatever you guys need. Absolutely. Give Toast a treat. Oh, we can do that. We can absolutely do that. Whoop. Oh, he sees. He knows immediately. What's up, Jake? Good to see you, buddy. Boom. We love it. Oh, no. What's happening? Nice drums. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I don't want to do anything other than stream with you and make cool music. I have a new dream. Well, thanks, Archer. I appreciate that, man. I won't out you quite yet, Jake. We'll out you tomorrow. But Jake is a very, very, very cool person. I'm very glad that Jake is here. I just noticed apparently Discord command is restricted to mods. What? Well, we should fix that. That's no good at all. But in any case, great track, man. Absolutely fantastic track. Yes, everybody jump in the Discord by all means. The Discord is a great, great, great time. You sure? Of course I'm sure. Oh, man. All right. We're going to keep kicking here. Oh, dude, appreciate you, man. All of the appreciation in the world. Your jams are exceptional, and I love them every single time we hear one. Okay, Sonic Buttwick, thank you. Sonic Buckwit, thank you very much for being patient, my friend. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. A level 8 producer working in Ableton. I love it. Electric guitar, bass, and DAW is what you play. Very cool. Me too. Dub techno. Very interesting. All right. We love dub. We love techno. And again, just a heads up, guys, I'm shooting to listen to about 3 minutes of tracks. I would love to listen to everything all the way through. So if your track is like 4 or 5 plus minutes, I'll probably skim a little bit here and there. I do apologize. Just want to make sure everybody has time to be heard. I'm glad to have you here, Sonic. When is Stream Elements not acting up? Really cool textures and sound design here. One thing I will say, just real quick, just calling it out as I hear it. Your bass synth sounds excellent. Your kick sounds excellent. I can't tell if there's any side chaining there, but definitely side chain that bass to that kick so it gets that nice pump and gets out of the way of that kick drum a little bit. And if you're already doing that, then I would make it more extreme. Because right now they're masking each other just a little bit, and I'm losing punch on the kick. Of course, Fizz. Absolutely. Ooh, I love the acoustic sample in there. Guys, I want to play drums to this too. It's so groovy. This is delightful. Your groove is great, man. Seriously. Again, sorry to skim, but we got it. Okay, nice. Okay. Great sound design, man. It's about 6.5 minutes overall. Yeah, okay. So I've got a couple ideas for you here. First of all, your mix sounds excellent. It's really clean. I think it could be a little louder, a little bit punchier overall on the master. And yeah, I definitely think a little bit more in the way of side chaining between your bass synth and your kick would be a really, really good idea because it's going to let that kick punch quite a bit more than it is right now. It's a good sound. But it's you've got what we call frequency masking going on between your bass and your kick. So it's like, because your bass synth is really present in that same kind of 80, 100, 120 hertz region, and then your kick is trying to punch out in that region as well. When you have both of them going on, they both lose, and particularly your kick just loses kick. It loses presence, right? So I do some more side chaining on that front. Or frequency clashing or masking is what we typically call that. What's up, Anti-Jerks? Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for tuning in. The other thing here, I do think it's a little out of sight. What's up? God, we got the whole crew in here today. I love it. I do think it gets a little bit, it's a great vibe. Your groove is killer, and I love the amount of sound design. I think having I started playing a little Rhodesy thing. I think a sharper top end element like this could be nice, right? You're key of C minor, but you're really centered around like an F root, right? Having something in there that's a little more melodic, a little richer, and a little sharper up in the top end of the frequency spectrum, I think would be nice that you could bring in and out. But what I really think would be nice is introducing, because you've got some cool little acoustic drum samples that show up here and there. But I think that as the tune progresses, you have room to make that groove lusher and denser. Let me show you what I mean. This is like not the perfect kit sound for it, but it's plenty for me to sort of demonstrate. You could do it with more drum programming. You could do it with layering some like acoustic samples on top of things, but particularly adding ghost notes. And if you don't know what ghost notes are kind of quiet accents, typically on the snare, although any instrument can do ghost notes. We typically think of them as being on the snare or sometimes on the kick, that really help to lush, really help to lush your groove out and really drive it in a very cool way. So at some point in the track, all that texture, right? All that extra texture, really, it's subtle, but it really, really lifts the groove of the tune, and really, like, it makes it that much more, I always use the term hypnotic. So, like, you know, as you get to the end of the tune, obviously it's kind of jazzy too, but just something in there like that, a little more texture, a little bit more, I'm sure, yeah, if you want to, absolutely. Go for it. I think would do a lot to really change the groove up, really lift things, and really help the tune go some new places. Because it's one of the things that I talk a lot about in feedback when it comes to songwriting and arrangement is looking at our songs like a journey, right? And, you know, and taking your listener from A to B to C to D, and taking them to all these different new places. Because like when I listen to a track, one of the things that I'll do a lot of times is I'll jump through the mix or through the whole length of the track, and kind of say to myself, how similar does this sound? So I'm 1 minute into your track, and then 3 minutes into your track, and then 5 minutes into your track, and it definitely goes. There's different sounds going on. It's not like it's exactly the same, but I think more dynamic, more movement would really serve it really, really well. But the textures are awesome. I love your sound design. You've got a lot of really creative ideas. You know, all of that is great. The groove is killer. I mean, I just like, it's very, very, you know, deep. So you're doing all that really, really right. The mix sounds clean. A little bit more dynamic, side chaining on that kick and that bass, and then just like push the master a little bit more, a little bit more present, a little bit more in your face. Just a touch, I think would be really nice. So great track though, phenomenal work, great sound design ideas. Thank you very, very much for sharing. I think we all super, super dig it. Hopefully that is helpful. Over on the YouTube side, Ajit, how's it going, friend? Yes, I would love to produce music for your vocals. Head over to the Twitch side and get a link for the Discord and hit me up by all means. Thanks again for sharing, Sonic. I really appreciate it, man. Very, very cool shit. Okay, Mizoku, you are up next. Thank you guys for your patience. I know we're deep in queue, but as you guys can tell, we like to lean in. We like to be as helpful as we can. So I hope you guys have time to hang out, because I do want to hear everything that everybody's got going on. So, okay, Mizoku, working in FL Studio. This is an early work in progress, and I don't really know what to do with it. I really loved the original idea of the vocal chops, but somehow I'm not really feeling the whole thing anymore. Please help. I would be glad to help. Real quick before we do, Toast wants out of the studio, so we're going to let him out. Give me 2 seconds. What? Yes, I know. You've been very patient. Okay. Let's check out Mizoku's track. Out of sight, we will talk about that question in just a second. I would love to. Those are sick vocal chops, that's for sure. That was a sick drop, man. I love the timing on that. What's up, Techity? Dude, this is killer. What are you talking about? I super vibe with this. I think this is really, really great. Yeah, and that. Sorry, I wasn't trying to, slop all over it. I was just trying to think of like what could happen here. And I think, yeah, like if you found a cool sample of some keyboard licks, could be nice.
Tech One Time wants feedback on their song.
Absolutely, Techity. We're pretty deep in queue. I will forewarn you, but you are welcome to jump in there. I would love to hear your track. You got great changes, great voicings. So yeah, if you could find some cool, what's up, Jacob? How's it going? Good to see you. If you could find some cool keyboardish licks, those could fit well. You've got a good melody at the end with that saw, or not saw lead, it's sort of squarish lead. I really like it. I think it's great. I don't. The mix sounds really, really nice. It's punchy. It's full. You say I don't really know what to do with it. I don't think you need to do much more with it. I think it grooves well. It's well put together. The transitions are nice. I loved that little drop. Where was that? Right here. That's super cool and creative. I might rephrase this melody a little bit and make it a little bit more hooky. So the way that it starts is a little odd. It kind of goes. And the second phrase, I would start it with that second phrase. Because melodies, like one of my favorite ways to approach writing melodies is through a technique that we call vocalization. Okay. And vocalization is the idea of kind of singing what you play a little bit. Yes, absolutely, Jacob. I would love to hear it. Just to let you know, we are pretty deep in queue. So it's going to be a bit before we can check it out, but I would love to check it out. So exclamation point feedback, we get you in queue. Just a little form. If you don't mind filling it out for me, tells me more about you, your track, what you're looking for feedback on. So I would simplify the melody and make it a little more repetitive. I would do this. I would start your melody and have your second phrase be something along the lines of like that. Have it go like the first phrase of the melody that you have is great. The second phrase should either resolve back to the root note. As Jacob, if you do exclamation point feedback, that'll get you the link to where, or the form. If you can fill that out real quick, that's where you can stick the link for me. And then the second half of the phrase should resolve somehow. Rio, we're probably like an hour, if I'm being honest with you, because we've got a lot of stuff in queue at the moment. So, but I would love to hear it. And if not today, if you don't have time today, totally understand. Hop in tomorrow. We'll be live tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. So yeah, you could simplify that melody a little bit, make it even a little bit more notey, a little bit more active. That kind of a thing. So yeah, but other than that, it sounds great. I don't think you need to do much else with it. It feels complete. Maybe a bit of an outro-ish kind of a thing could be nice, but it's all there. The vocal chops sound great. Groove is great. No worries. I totally understand, Rio. All good. And sorry we're so popular today, but I appreciate you stopping by. It's always good to see you, man. And please come back by whenever. You kid. So Jacob, we do need you to go ahead and do exclamation feedback in chat. That's going to get you a link to the form. If you can fill it out for me, that would be awesome. That will get you in queue. And we are pretty deep in queue, so it's going to be probably an hour-ish before we can get to your track, but I do appreciate your enthusiasm. But yeah, just if you want us to check it out, go ahead and exclamation point feedback and jump in that form for me. And super, can we pull those links if you don't mind? Okay. On that note, Mizoku, thank you again very much for sharing. I really appreciate it. We are in ads right now, but we are going to go ahead and move on to Blue, who I think is a sub. But we will go ahead and vibe for a second here while we wait ads for wait for ads to roll through. We'll wait for the lights to not be green anymore. Oh, thanks, Mizoku. It's it's tricky when you get popular and like a ton of people want just funk. I love it. Well, I might have to play bass or something to it. You just never know. But we vibe for a moment, and then once the lights are not green any longer, we'll return. How we doing, chat? Give me toasts in chat if we're having a good day. I dare you. Okay, you dare me, do you? Don't threaten me with a good time, my friend. We're gonna get ready. What key is it in? Do you know? Off the top of your head? No worries, Mizoku. I appreciate you hanging out and being patient. Having an amazing day. Started my new job and got this exciting news from the sync guy. Congratulations, man. Oh yeah, was that you at a site where you had a quick question about your new gig? Yes, it was. I'm in the Discord. Any kind of industry warning or traps. Okay, so Out of Sight asks, oh, that's okay. That's okay. No, you're fine, Jacob. I don't, posting people's links in chat. That's why we have the form. We've had people come in and spam links before, so we just try to avoid that. But you're totally fine, man. Don't worry about it. So Out of Sight says, I would appreciate some industry advice. I've got my first professional gig writing jazz loops for a sync writer. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. And then I'm not looking particularly for jazz writing tips, but just any kind of industry warnings or traps. Okay. Great question. So first of all, congratulations on the gig, man. That's super cool. And that's a great world to get a foothold in, and that's a great way to get a foothold in it. So sync writing is, we use the word sync to describe anything that gets synced to picture or synced to video. So sync writing is writing music specifically for television or film. I've done some sync stuff in the past. It's not been my main focus at any point in my career. I certainly have a lot of friends who've done a lot of sync work. But yeah, it's basically just the idea of scoring to picture or scoring to video. So yeah, basically industry warnings or traps. That's a good way to phrase it. I would just make sure that that there's a clear working agreement between the two of you. So typically, it all comes down to like rights, basically, because that's what's really, really important in the sync world, because sync is all like, usually we call it the sync licensing world. So it's all about having a clear understanding of licensing. Now, the way that I have always worked for most of my career is I do all of my projects on what are called a work for hire basis. What work for hire means is that somebody contracts me to write a piece of music for them. I write that piece of music, we revise it until they're happy with it, and then I do what we call a full rights transfer, okay? So I send them the project, and from that point onwards, that is their intellectual property. They have purchased it outright from me. They can do whatever they want with it. They can go sell it. They can reap royalties from it. They can do whatever. I've been paid a one-time fee. I'm happy with that. They get their music. They can go publish it, put it in their game, put it in their TV show, use it on their YouTube channel, release their album with it. They don't have to pay me any royalties. It's their property. Okay. I do this because it's easier and cleaner and it's less hassle on the back end. The other way you can do arrangements is licensing. And licensing is basically saying, okay, so I've written this piece of music and I own it. It is my property. It is my intellectual property, but I am granting you a license to go and distribute it, a distribution license. You can publish it. You can put it wherever you want. You can put it in your game, but every time it gets played, every time it gets downloaded, every time it gets purchased, you owe me X amount of money. And we do that with what we call points, right? And points is basically just a percentage. So you owe me X percentage of whatever you've made from distributing this piece of music. That's a royalty agreement. That's a licensing agreement. Sync almost always operates on a licensing, not always, but when it's a sync licensing situation, that means that in your particular circumstance out of sight, you could write loops for this guy. And if he uses them in a track, and then goes and licenses that track to somebody, he's going to be making royalties on that, more than likely, right? Whether or not you get the part of that royalties depends on entirely on the agreement. Okay, great, perfect. What I've been offered is 20% royalties on landing it for the show he has in mind. I'm going to try to keep things as anonymous as possible so I don't mess this up. He has other contacts to pay different percentages and to find it. Okay, so you're doing this work on spec then? Like in terms, like he's not paying you any money up front, but he's saying, if I can get this placed, I will give you 20%. Is that the agreement? And that's really like that was really all I was going to say. Then it sounds like you already understand exactly what the deal is. Just to make, okay, great. So I would say that for like a starting point, that's good. That's fair. And that is, you have the potential to make a decent little chunk of change if he does successfully get it placed. You might make a couple $100 for what you contribute to a given piece or more. I don't know where he's trying to get it placed, but that's very, very cool. And that's pretty typical and pretty standard. So, and this is what we call spec work. Spec work can be tricky. Spec is short for speculative, which means you're not guaranteed anything up front. You're doing it hoping that he will place it. There are guys who run their careers on doing spec work. There's also guys like me who have done spec work and it never goes anywhere. So it's a bit of a toss-up. But either way, I wouldn't even worry about keeping yourself anonymous. I've heard the stuff that you write and it's really good. You want to start building a name for yourself and you want to be confident in what you have to offer. Because if he's got, if he's in the world where he's getting stuff placed, this is a really good contact to have. If that's the arrangement that he's offering you, that's a very normal professional arrangement. That doesn't sound suspicious to me at all. I would make sure you have a contract and make sure that you just really clearly understand what's going on. But the thing about this stuff, guys, is if you find any opportunity like this, whether or not you're making money up front, you never know where this stuff is going to lead. You never know who knows who's going to hear what, who's going to talk to who. And, he may very well put this out there. And somebody could hear it and go, God, what a killer melody. What a killer chord progression. Maybe one of his friends who's another sync producer. And he goes, hey, how'd you put this track together? Who did this melody? And he goes, oh, it was Out of Sight. And they go, really? Can I have his number? I can't tell you how much work I've gotten from situations exactly like that. Where, again, what I was saying earlier, I showed up, I did a good job, I was friendly, I was easy to work with. I was confident, and I contributed. And people really respond to that. So those would be my two kind of thoughts for you. That sounds very fair. That sounds like what I would expect in that kind of a situation. I really hope it gets placed. And congrats again on the connection, man. That's really, really cool. I just, do your thing. Do your thing. I will tell you that you're a really, really good writer and you can contribute enormously. You're a great asset for somebody like that. So I wish you the best of luck with it. Thanks for sharing and congratulations again, man. Saint, what's up? The man of the hour. Everybody give Saint some love in chat. Saint dropped 30 subs gifted last week. Oh, thank you for the bits, man. That's very, very kind of you. Yes, big shout out to Saint. Saint dropped 30 gifted in chat last week like an absolute mad lad. And we're very, very thankful for him. We are, Saint, doing feedback at the moment. I would love to hear the track. We are pretty deep in queue at the moment. Oh my God. And here he comes with more gifted subs. You crazy person. Check the Discord real quick. Okay, sure. There's no leak in the form. Okay, cool. When we get to Jacob, we will absolutely, thank you for letting me know that, Super, and thank you for organizing that. That's good. When we get to Jacob's feedback, I have that handy. And Saint, I did get your DM. We will chat. Don't you worry about it, my friend. Okay, let's keep moving here. Thank you again for the question. Out of sight. Up next is going to be Skidney. Saint, I would allow you to skip the line for those gifteds. I do deeply, deeply appreciate it. But we are in exclamation point feedback is how you get into queue, man. Put it in Discord. You can definitely put it in Discord if you want, but if you exclamation point feedback, that gets you a link to the forum to submit for feedback.
58_
Yeah,
wants feedback
perfect.
on
There
their
you go.
song.
For the gifteds, I will make an exception. We'll do yours next. Because that's very, very kind of you, man. Normally, I don't really do the donate to skip the line or anything like that. But 5 is very, very, very kind of you, and you were even kinder last week because you're a crazy person, and I deeply appreciate it. Congratulations to those who got subs. Skidney. Or wait a second. Hang on. Did we get? I feel like something got lost in translation here. There was somebody had a funk track. Who had a funk track? Blue. Yes, Blue. Can you post your link again real quick? The queue got a little bit goofed up. We're gonna do Blue followed by. God, we need a better queue system than just this Google form. I'm so sorry. Blue, throw your link up. We're gonna do Blue, then Skidney, then Saint. I think is the fairest way to handle this. Sorry, guys. Things are busy today. So I was like, I'm holding a bass because Blue was like, I did a funk track and I was like, I might have to play bass on that. And then Blue was like, do it. I dare you. So we're gonna do Blue real quick, then Skidney, then Saint. And then we'll keep going with Q as it is. Pump the volume a little on this one. Yes, Jacob, that's fine. I love it, Techity. Excellent. I love it. Oh, we got a hype chest. How lovely. We got spill the tea emote. Okay, sure. Very cool. My boy Zach, both at work right now, chilling, watching the stream. I love it. Fantastic. Really, really nice little jam, Blue. I dig it. What I would say, first of all, funnily enough, I mean, you're like, dare you to play bass. I do want this to have like a nice, strong bass line. That feels like it's definitely what it's missing. Thank you, Super. That's a good call. I think a really good, strong bass line, yeah. Yeah, so during the solo, just simple. Yeah, during that solo, just keep it really simple. That's almost like a Latin kind of vibe, because this has like kind of a Latin-y, worldy kind of Afrobeat kind of a vibe to it. So just, yeah, super chill. But just something even that simple, just 1/5, right? It doesn't have to be super crazy or fancy or anything. You can maybe have the bass line get a little bit busier in solos that aren't, or in sections that aren't the solo. But having just a nice, fat, bass line like that is, I think, going to really fill the tune out nicely. The other thing is, I think it needs a little reverb. And for this style of music, the really nice way to do that is find a really good sounding reverb, put it on an effects send, and take all the tracks in your mix and just send a little bit of each track to that reverb send. The guitar sounds really nice. Like overall, the character of all the sounds is really nice. But I want more presence out of it, and I want a sense of space. Everything feels really dry. And really like naked at the moment, and adding just a little bit of reverb across the whole track by using a reverb send, great way to get that implemented and get it a little bit lusher. So yeah, I would say it's nice. It's a cool vibe. I feel like it could maybe build a little bit more by the end. Like you could also, I don't know if you have a hand drum at all, but hang on, this is another thing we can do real quick, just so you can hear how it sounds. I think a little conga in there, or a little, yeah, I'd probably go conga. Come here, you. Normally, I don't even have this thing pulled up because it's not really, it's not something we use a ton. Hang on one second here. Stereo, yeah, that's fine. We just got to go up here. I still have not done this. I don't know why. Add stereo. Yes, 3/4. 1 second, sorry guys. HPD. me find a good conga sound here. Oh, other way. I have a Roland HPD20 hand drum controller. Yeah, let's get the camera down over here. I feel like even if you don't like play it or you don't have access to this kind of an instrument, this would just be a really nice texture to have, especially towards the end of the tune. Right? And I'm no master conga player by any stretch of the imagination. But that'd be a nice kind of a vibe in there to have as well. Djembe at home. There you go. Yeah, a little bit of djembe in there would sound really nice as well. So yeah, little verb, definitely a bass line. Doesn't have to be fancy, but something simple. Maybe a little conga to lift the end of the tune. But other than that, mix feels nice. It's well balanced. Your tones are all, very nice and clean. All very, very cool stuff. And it's always nice to hear what you're working on, man. I love the vibe. So thank you very much for sharing. Okay. Up next, Skidney, then Saint. Then after Saint is going to be Why So Cold. So Skidney, let's check out what you got going on, my friend. Thank you again, Blue, for sharing. I play acoustic guitar, working in FL, looking for feedback on more or less everything. One of the first songs you've ever made. Awesome. Very, very cool. Shaker is loud for me. Yeah, I would agree with that. The shaker's a little bit hot. I think it works, but you could bring it down a little bit, Blue. What's up, Rave? Good to see you. Q is closed at the moment, Rave. I'm so sorry. We're very, very deep in Q. I like the vocal samples. Really interesting, man. Really interesting vibe. I think it's interesting, very unique vibe, and very cool overall. Uh, I think that it could use more melody presence. Um, because you got really nice chords here. You know, it's kind of a you're like what are we here? Key of F sharp minor, essentially. So it's like A, and then you go there, and then there. And at some point you go like to the flat six, down to there, which is all really, really nice. And it gives you good space to do some melody stuff. And you have one moment where what sounds like a Rhodes goes, which is cool, but I could use more of that. No worries, Blue. Thank you so much for hanging out. It doesn't have to be like that fancy, but you hear how there's a lot of space for something up top like that to have some good melodic movement to it. That'd be my first thought. The mix wise, it's well balanced. I could use more kick, and kind of more low end in general, in terms of kick and like bass line. Melody would be cool. And then, you know, again, I always talk about ghost note stuff. But I think this is also something that would benefit. Oh boy. Thank you, Saint. Yeah, and that's where, honestly, this technique of vocalization that I talk about a lot, which is just kind of humming or singing over something. You don't have to be a good singer, but it helps engage a different part of your brain where you just kind of hum aimlessly or think of like a goofy phrase or something that you can kind of sing over it. And it just helps you find a nice natural melody and engage different parts of your brain to help you kind of come up with it. But I think the ghost note thing as well here could be a nice way to break up the groove a little bit as well, so that it doesn't feel, it feels a little low energy, I think, by the end. Like you've got all the dubby delay stuff, which is really, really nice. But I think populating the drum groove itself a little bit more to be a little bit busier. And that's ghost notes. I know I talk about it all the time, but ghost notes are such a powerful tool. And you don't have to be a drummer, but just adding in those little flutters, those little extra accents, those little moments of texture, just does wonders. Does absolute wonders for lifting tunes and just making the groove feel that much more like a warm hug, right? Gets people to really nod their head. So, but yeah, especially for being one of the first things you ever made, it's really nice. Like I said, the chord progression is really, really nice. All very cool ideas. I like the sounds you've chosen. I just more kick, more low end, and a little bit more evolution from front to back, I think would be something to think about. I don't know if you're still working on this, if you released it. It looks like you released it a while ago. So, but just some thoughts, some ideas for you to carry ahead into future productions, if nothing else. But yeah, thank you very, very much for sharing. Super cool. I love hearing the stuff that you've done. So thank you for sharing. Okay. Up next is going to be Saint. We are going to let the ad break run real quick here. Saint gets a special quick cut in the line. Cronehart, how's it going? Good to see you. Thanks for thank you for the follow as well. Thank you, Skidney. Yeah, we're gonna because of amazing Amazing support from Saint. We're gonna let Saint jump a little bit here real quick, but then we will continue on with Why So Cold, and then Kirby, Locke, duly noted, etc. Are we in an ad right now? Super. It told me it was going to go to an ad. I can't tell though. Then it went away. Yes, of course, Saint. We will wait and we will let ads run. I just my OBS interface only tells me so much, so it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard for us to. Okay, so Jacob, like I've said, I really need you to not spam your link in chat. We will get to your track when we are able to get to it. I really don't want to have to pull you out of queue, but unfortunately I will have to do that. That is rules in how we run queue is I try to make it as simple and straightforward as possible. Yes, we will get your, let's see here. Currently last in queue, and I do apologize for that, but so it is still going to be a bit before we can get to your track, but posting the link over and over again is not going to help, my friend. I'm so sorry. Okay. So we are in ads here for a minute. We're just going to vibe. How we doing? All my subs who aren't watching ads right now. I so appreciate all of you. You're wonderful. I mean, everybody's wonderful. 1 minute left in the ad. Fantastic. Doing well. Hey, me too. This is great. We've been over 20 people for literally this entire stream, which is crazy. I think we hit 30 at some point. This is going so well. I'm so very happy and excited. Still trying to figure out how to make a song on the word crunch. Add a guitar amp sim to something. That's immediate crunchiness. Great trick. Even if it's something you would never think of running through a guitar amp, if you have any kind of amp plugin, which most DAWs have like a stock one that comes with it, throw it on a synth. Lots of feedbacks. Yes. We're still like 10 deep. We've been moving through them, but you guys, I'm always trying to toe the line between I know I spend a lot of time on each track, but that I want to, because I want to be helpful. I don't want, just because we have a lot of people in, I'm like, I don't want to, I never want to like sacrifice the quality of the feedback just so I can like churn through a bunch of people really quickly. So I know it's probably a bummer, because people obviously want to get feedback. They want to share their track, and I want them to be able to do that, but it's a fine line. You know what I mean? Okay. So we've got Saint here, collab with their friend Za. I think I said Zach earlier. Just recorded it on Saturday. We're both watching. I love it. Let's check it out. Looks like it might be a little loud, so we're going to back off the volume.
Bad girls wanna sit down and wanna party all night. They wanna dance all night, and the sex are getting fried all night.
She talking all in my face, she telling me I should make her my wife. But I only wanted one night, I only wanted one night.
Bad girls wanna sit down and wanna party all night. They wanna dance all night, and the sex are getting fried all night.
She talking all in my face, she telling me I should make her my wife. But I only wanted one night, I only wanted one night.
So keep it composing. I know you get wet as an ocean. So they won't jerk on my posing, cause you see me bro all of this motion. Me ain't getting
Forgive me, Saint, I don't recall. Did you do the beat yourself, or did you, is it a beat you got from elsewhere? And if so, where did you grab it?
in the spot, she only see me cause all of my diamonds are frozen. Back in that Gucci and Prada on me, cause so bit of jeans, I rubbed up the token. But she only one night up, and I know that really on fire. And your face, I gotta admire. You want love, I'm gonna supply you. You wanna be long term with me, just stay with me, that's all I require. You love when I hit in the back, I'm making you scream, you sound like a choir. Come on, baby, look at the starlights, cause you keep getting caught in the limelight. Hop a duck and live in the mob life, but I wanna go kick it with
Which one of the two you is this vocal from?
my wife. Keeping us so sedated, I know we gon' make a little baby, we're living the starlight. You know we ain't been dating and thinking my baby's bound, tryna wait till the time's right. Yeah, we don't go now, you my prize, your heart full of gold now. Elevating, I'm on to a new route, so the greatest, I'm telling you, come.
just calling it out as I hear it, your vocal sounds great. First of all, the mix is really nice. You guys are really present and really upfront. There's saturation that might be a little bit much for my taste, but I can talk about that more in a second. Za, your performance is great. Relax a little bit. I can hear you've got a good sense of time with your voice and you're pretty lined up, but you're rushing just a little bit with your delivery. You're like just a tiny bit ahead of the drums. And so I would just say as much as you can when it comes time to cut your tracks, big deep breath, shake it out and just relax a little bit and just don't focus on like getting the words out. Focus on leaning back, listening to the drums, listening to the beat, and really trying to relax into a groove. Move with it a little bit. Maybe feel a little goofy, but move with the track and really just like let yourself connect with the time and the groove of it. Because your performance, again, is great. I can tell you have really good natural time. You're pushing a little bit. And usually when I've worked with vocalists, it's because they're trying to get the performance out and they're really focused on like remembering all the words and like delivering with confidence and stuff. And funnily enough, the way you actually nail really good takes is by relaxing and trying to go into a place of kind of like effortless, flow, if you know what I mean. So just a little tip there. It sounds great. I'm not criticizing because your performance is really strong. I want to hear you pulled back a little bit, relaxed into the part a little bit more.
You been stressing out, helping you calm down. Everything is okay, you in my house. I've been traveling like I'm a tour now. I said bad girls wanna sip down and wanna party all night. Wanna dance all night in a section getting fried all night. She talking all in my face, she telling me I should make her my wife. I only wanted one night, but I only wanted one night. Bad girls wanna sit down and wanna party all night. Wanna dance all night in a section getting fried all night. She talking all in my face, she telling me I should make her my wife. I only wanted one night, I only wanted one night. Bad girls in my line now, this a big watch, it's a bust down. It's a bad bitch from uptown, she gon' fuck around and find out. Tell her let me know when you're coming over. I'd rather fuck on you sober. Your body be perfect, enjoying the moment. Just say the word and I slide in the rover. Got me wishing for eternity, permanently. Everything she do perfect to me, I said certainly. I took a hand and I'm taking a lead. Looking back and she following me so amazingly. She move her body, it's heavenly, steadily. My heart just pumps to the beat of her movements. Babe, let's get stuck in a moment. I don't want nothing New York. That's a big ass rock in your left hand. Bad girls, had to put them on to the best man. Bad friends, I don't want to deal with the bullshit. Last man had your brain twisted with bullshit. Now you can't deal with a man with some motion. Now you can't deal with a man with emotions. That's why you only get dealt with for one night. One night, one night. Bad girls wanna sit down and wanna party all night. She talking all in my face. She telling me I should make her my wife.
Yeah, so see, this is interesting. Those last two lines, it's subtle, but those are perfectly in time from both of you. And it's funny because they're at the end of the tune, which means that they're at the end of your take, which means that's where you're like, oh, we got through it. We're done. Now you're relaxed. Always try to start the tune with that energy, right? But no, overall is really, really nice. Like I said, the mix is really well balanced. I can hear your voices really clearly. EQ on your voices sounds really good. There's a little bit of saturation that I think might be a bit much. It feels like a little hair fuzz of distortion, and a certain element of that is okay. And we can do that kind of as a creative effect to help vocals stand out, be a little crunchy and in your face. It feels like it might be a tiny bit much, and so I don't know if that's an effect on your vocal chain or if that's on your master bus on the output. But I would just listen real critically and just check your gain staging, the volumes of everything. Oh no, I don't think the vocals are too wide. I think if you had a ton of ad-libs that were also really wide, then you could run into problems. But because you don't have a lot of other vocal production going on, I think it's nice. They still have really good center presence. They have nice width to them as well. I do think that the way you've processed each of your voices sounds very similar. I can tell it's pretty much the same auto-tune settings and very similar, if not the same vocal settings. Sometimes it's nice when you have two voices on the track to process them a little bit differently, make one wider, one narrower, one a little bit more pushed, one a little more natural, one with maybe a little bit of verb, and then the other without, that kind of a thing. So you could bet, or slightly different auto, one with the auto tune a little bit, tighter and more aggressive, one less, just to give them a little bit more differentiation. You guys' voices sound different, so I can certainly tell, who's rapping where. But yeah, I think a little bit more differentiation in that capacity could be nice as well.
She getting fried all night. She talking all of my face. She telling me I should make her my wife. I only wanted one night.
But yeah, it's really nice overall. You guys both gave great performances. Lyrics are good. The beat sounds nice. Obviously it's a YouTube beat, so you can't really do a ton with it in terms of if something's too quiet or whatever, but it's a good quality beat. It's nice and dynamic. You've got a good chorus. A lot to dig. Yeah, relax back into those performances. It's funny. One of the biggest things that you do when you're acting as a record producer, like when I'm working with artists in the studio and we're cutting vocals, your number one job as a producer is to make artists feel really comfortable and help them get the best takes possible. And so when you do it for a long time, you learn a lot of different ways of being okay, who's this artist? What's their personality like? And how can I best help them get into a space where they can really deliver a performance that's going to knock it out of the park? It's kind of number one job of a producer when you're in the studio doing a record. And so when you don't have somebody in the room who can kind of help facilitate that, you've got to do that for yourself. And for some people, it involves, smoking a joint or having some drinks or whatever. I don't necessarily advocate for that or not. But I remember years ago, I was doing a record with an artist, and she was having a really, really hard time, and she was really in her own head. And then we finally, I just knew her pretty well. And I was like, you know what, hang on, give me a second. And I went and I got a bunch of candles and I turned all the lights in the studio off and lit a ton of candles. And so not scented ones, but lit a bunch of candles and put them all around. So that was her only source of light. Completely and totally changed the nature of how she was singing and how she was delivering the tune. You learn a lot of fun, weird little tricks like that when you're working as a producer. And sometimes it's weird stuff like that. Sometimes you just need a 5-minute break. Sometimes you need to, it can be hard to figure out sometimes how to get yourself into the right headspace, but, Snoop Dogg's, hey, me too, Cold. Interlude request. OMG, we are doing feedback on people's tracks at the moment. Q is closed for the time being, unfortunately, because we have a lot of people waiting for feedback. But I do stream every day, Monday through Friday, starting at 2 p.m. East Coast time in the U.S. There's my schedule, 8 p.m. Central European time. So if you want to come back tomorrow, for all of my streams, we do feedback for the first hour or so of stream. And I would be more than happy to check out the track. But for right now, Q is closed, unfortunately. But thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. But yeah, great job overall, guys. Great job. It sounds excellent. Relax a little bit. And then, sorry, you asked about where do you think the distortion is coming from? Is it the levels are too high, or is there a compression issue? It's a little hard to tell without seeing how your session is set up. I would look first at your master bus. And if you've got really heavy compression or limiting or something on your master bus, like your master output of the whole track, and then if there's nothing there, if you kind of, make sure that's really clean, then look at your individual tracks and see if there's any of the plugins that you're using, if there's anything that's adding a little bit of saturation. And just, I don't think it's bad. It just catches my ear as being a little bit rattier than, because your performances are really smooth and it's really melodic. And so sometimes if you grit things up too much, it can kind of clash with that in a way, in my opinion. It's totally just my vibe as a mix engineer. There's guys out there who would disagree with me on that. So it's up to you, but, really, really, really great track. And strong work. I hope some of that in there was helpful in one way or another. But great job. Keep it moving. Why so cold? It's a perfectly valid question. It's 18 degrees outside where I am right now in New York City. Why is it so cold? That's, very valid. Level 7 producer, PC is my instrument. Love it. Working in FL. Looking for feedback on production and mix. Does this idea work? Should I make the track even louder? Thank you so much for feedback. Of course, my pleasure. Usually my answer to should I make it louder is no, but we will see. Looking at your waveform, actually, my answer might be yes. We'll see. What you got going on, buddy?
Just put some effects over the top of this, sort of time, stretch it a little bit, pitch it up. There you go. Got it. Banger.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
I might have to play drums over this too. My God, this is fantastic. So many great tracks today. Okay. Phenomenal work, man. This is great. I might have, chat, you let me know. I'm always reticent to play drums on things when we have people in queue, but also I really want to because this is groovy as hell. Your mix is so clean. It's great. Could it be louder? Yeah. Question mark. I would look at it less as loud because, like, especially I'm watching my meters, and this is not, a -3 lefts absolutely slammed situation. I think I would estimate it at -8-ish. That I personally think that's fine. I don't really do the whole loudness thing in the way that a lot of other guys do. I think if you push it much further than this, you risk clarity, losing clarity. You risk losing low end definition. What I do think is that more in the mix end of things, this section in particular is pretty pulled back. And this could definitely be hitting your master harder. Because, like, if you just jump back and forth from here to there, like this section in particular, your kick is quite a bit quieter and it's not hitting your master as hard as everything else. So I don't know if does the whole track need to be louder? Overall, no, I think where you hit the peaks, it's pretty good. But I think in some of that connective tissue, those interstitial spaces, the break, build, those elements you could pump up more. Definitely.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But the bottom line, everything else, like the mix is very, very well balanced. It's great. Sounds, that bass synth you could maybe do a little more clipping on. Could be a little hairier. But everything's really, really well balanced. Really clean mix. Great chops, great editing, great production ideas, great sound design. All that stuff is super on point. Very cool arrangement. Really engaging. Did not see the like switch up to the sort of, you know, housey, techie groove coming. Very, very cool there. It's great overall. It's really, really great. I think, yeah, just a little bit more aggression in those sections, mix wise, and you'll be in excellent shape. And then, you know, it's always kind of tricky loudness wise on stuff like this, because it's like, what are you trying to like, do you want it to just like blow people's speakers up on SoundCloud? Because if you do, yeah, sure, you know, you can push it harder and clip it more, and compress it harder. I always err on the side though of like, you risk losing detail, you risk losing low end, you risk losing transient response, you risk losing dynamic. And so I always err on the side of leave more space on the mix, and in the, you know, kind of the master overall, and sacrifice a few clicks off of your LUFS level to give those things. Because I think tracks just sound better that way. I'm old school. I come from the rock world. You know, detail when you got bass. The details, like, you guys work, all you EDM kids, you work so hard on your sound design, and you do all this insanely intricate automation and spend hours and hours, like, you know, doing FM, you know, setting up like FM shit on your sounds, and like all, you know, all these really crazy intricate LFOs and layers of white noise and stuff. And then you get slammed through a hard clipper, and I'm like, all of that work is gone. Now it just sounds like angry. It just sounds like yelling. And I know you're a good sound designer, and I want to hear all the time that you spent on all those beautiful little nuances. And this track, like, you've nailed that, I think. Even in the sections that are more present, it's like I can hear everything you're doing, and I love that. LUFS are, you know, it's a number go up situation. LUFS does not mean better. Good mixing means better. Anyways, this is a debate that is constantly ongoing on my stream. Either way, Why So Cold, great track, excellent work. Very, very, very impressive stuff. And please come back anytime and share more, because it's killer. So thank you for sharing. Okay, we're actually making some headway through stream here. We are below double digits. And Kirby, you are up next. Our wonderful friend Kirby Slice. Working in FL, production and songwriting feedback. I've gone for about 3 months. I've been gone for about 3 months and just got back to it this weekend. This is still a pretty rough first version, but I would love to hear some thoughts on it. Okay. Very good. Track is not found. It may have been removed. Oh no, Kirby, what happened? Kirby, what happened? I'm so sad. This is not a full track. Just got back into producing after a few months break. Maybe this during the weekend. Love to hear. Yeah, for sure. Kirby, your track is gone. I'm so upset. I was so excited. And then SoundCloud was like, no. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Stick it and share your work. I will jump over there right now. And in the meantime, Turds sharing some drawings in Share Your Work. Dude, that's gorgeous. Here, I got to show this. I don't know if Turds is still in here, but I just saw this. That's insane. Turds, if you're still hanging out, phenomenal work, brother. Phenomenal work. Everybody go get and share your work on the Discord. ! Discord will get you an invite if you don't have one. Jump in there and go give this turd some love. r/brand new sentence. Oh God, I'm cracking myself up. Great work. That's very, very impressive. Okay. Anyways, fantastic. We've got Kirby Slice here. Let's check it out. I'm glad you're back to producing, by the way. That's great. Oh, that's cool, Blazin. Post some of your stuff. Very, very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Sounds great. I think, what can we say about this? It's excellent. I do think, and this is obviously it's like work in progress, so this is like not even really a thing, but you are hitting compression on the master output pretty hard, and it's like ducking a lot of the groove. Like it's ducking a lot of the hi-hat and topper work in a way that I'm not super loving. The sound design's excellent. The grooves are excellent. They're really, really well programmed. The kick is massive, which is all that is great. There's like some pumping going on with some limiting or some compression across the whole track that's like kind of burying the, or might be, I guess it could be sidechaining, but that's kind of burying a lot of the topper elements. Yeah. But even then I can hear like when the transients on that on that bass are hitting, that's also ducking the hi-hats a little bit, or those top elements. This is a really interesting groove right here. It's cool. And I love that's a great change. 1 flat 2 1 in F sharp. It's like F sharp G F. Hang on, let me play around with that for a second, actually. I wonder if there's something there. Let me get some giant verb, because I love all your sound designs, and the mix feels pretty full. I don't know if you need anything, but let's just see. Yeah, there could maybe be room for a patty kind of a thing up there. Could be kind of, I don't know. There could be room for something like that in there. Maybe. Just had an awesome idea. There you go. That's why I do that. I don't know if that's the right thing. I don't know if you should have a Rhodes with a giant reverb necessarily. But there's a something, there's maybe, a patty thing, a textural thing, something kind of ghosty and ratty and high and airy and wide and spooky. A little like a dilapidated warehouse roof on the track could kind of have, if that makes any amount of sense, could kind of have a place here. That's just the sound I have pulled up right now. Or even, well, hang on. Something like that too. like a little leady thing. Could be kind of cool. I don't know. I hear some room, is what I'm saying. Sick though, man. Really, really, really nice work. Great, great groove. Super driving. Just watch that compression, and then I feel like there's room up there. But keep going with it, man. It's a very, very great starting point. And just overall, excellent sound design. It's all fantastic. So thank you very much for sharing. Great work. I hope noodlings were helpful. They seem to be from time to time. And I'm glad I gave you a good idea. So thanks for sharing, buddy. I appreciate it. Okay, keeping it cooking here. We are making progress. Thank you very, very much to everybody for being so patient. I know it takes a while to get through these, but I do really appreciate you guys hanging out. Lockjaw is up next. Level 6 producer, very, very good. Tenor saxophone, inactive. You should make it active. We love tenor. Tenor is an amazing instrument. Working in Ableton. It's inspired by Spanish beats like baile funk, reggaeton, tribal guarachero. Okay. Sick. I'm here for it. Damn. Over on the YouTube side, Camden, good to see you again. Of course I remember you. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I'm going to pause this for a second because I think we're in an ad, and I want people to hear this. This is wild. Yeah, sorry. I just noticed the lights were green as I got 10 seconds into the track. This is crazy. This is very cool. Okay, we got 5 seconds. Sorry, I don't know if you were an ad Lockjaw. I apologize if so. We're going to roll this back a little bit. Really want a new perspective on it since I've only been able to show it to friends. Okay. I mean, just calling it out as I hear it, this is a really interesting way to start a track, and the sound design's really cool. There's a lot of really low subby stuff that's going on that you might want to pull back a little bit because of how you've made the sound. And it's so, I don't know if it's editing or if this is like a patch that you made in Serum or Vital or something like that. But there is some there's a lot of sub information that's really wide and kind of going crazy. So I might control that a little bit. That's a very cool sound. Very interesting way to start a track. Yeah. Do you have a clipper on your master output? No. This is fucking wild. I love it. So fucking creative, man. Wow. What is this sound? Not that. The like that is starts and ends the track. Is that a patch that you made, or is that a sample that you're manipulating? Or like a granular-y thing? I have no idea how you made that sound. It's really cool. It's a couple of things, I would imagine. It does. It reminds me of the printer idea that I used in the Ares soundtrack. It has a similar kind of a vibe to it. Because I've done that before. And printers actually sound really fucking cool if you process them right. But it's got a similar like super industrial like use a granulator, stretch sound layer on top of a snare. Okay, gotcha. Really interesting. Konek, how's it going? How's it hanging? Thanks for tuning in. So yeah, I think bottom line in that sample, in that sound, there's just a lot of low end that is also very, very wide. Generally speaking, we want to avoid our sub frequencies being super wide and in stereo. And the reason for that is a little bit technical. We have what we call phase correlation issues and phase cancellation issues in our mix when we have really, really wide low frequencies. If anyone watching is not familiar with what phase is as a concept, or when we talk about phase correlation, what that means, I would be more than happy to do my little rant about phase, because it's very interesting. It's a very important thing to understand. But yeah, so I would like clean. I would honestly, if I were you, I would high pass that sound at like 100 or 120 hertz. I think would clean it up quite a bit. Some other things that I'm hearing. I'm wondering if you had done any mixing for live sessions without necessarily having tons of effects to create the sound. Absolutely, Konek. I very much come from the rock world. So yeah, I can, if you have any questions about doing that or you know, want to chat about that, I would be more than happy to. I've certainly done plenty of mixes like that. What's your opinion on drum and bass? Fucking love it. Absolutely love it. One of my favorite things is when people submit really great drum and bass tracks, we play drums along to it and we do live breakbeat drumming. We love drum and bass around here. We absolutely love drum and bass. Yeah. So then the other thing, and the reason I asked about the Klipper Lockjaw, you are hitting the master output pretty hard, and it's giving some distortion, especially on the transient of this kick that's like kind of taking over the mix a little bit, I think. So if you listen real close, every time that kick hits, you hear the synth behind it's really cool, really distant, kind of verby, indistinct, but doing a really cool ARP pattern. Every time that kick hits, everything else in the mix goes, but. And I want it to be a little cleaner than that. And usually that comes from us hitting either a clipper pretty hard on the master bus, or more likely compression or limiting really, really hard on our master output. So I would back off of that a little bit. Another thing, what are your thoughts on the transitions, especially into the synth? I feel like I may have introduced some ideas and dropping them causes it to sort of hit a wall. Interesting. I think it's pretty clean. I think you could bring the conga back in later on. I think that would be cool because you hint at it, then it drops out. The dropout doesn't bother me, but I think you could build it back into the track as it runs along. Because I'm the sound engineer for a soul band. Very cool, man. I'm having mixing issues. Can't really figure out what the problem is. Well, happy to chat about that in a second. That's a great thing to talk about. We'll finish up listening to talking about Lockjaw's track here, and then we can talk about that. Yeah, I'd bring that conga back in, and then just taking a real good critical look at your master output, and see if there is a way to just reduce that pumping and that distortion a little bit. Oh, thank you, Konak. I appreciate the follow very much. Because it's just a little pumpy overall, and I feel like I'm losing some of the really great textures that you've got going on here. But this is the one of the more interesting and unique tracks that I think we've ever heard on stream. This is you really have a really interesting approach here. Yeah, and you do bring the conga back. So yeah, I think that's great. But yeah, and you hear that distortion like also when you have this riser that transitions out here. You hear how there's that quick oh god, auto mod, come on. There's that quick moment where that riser really comes in. And if you listen to the synth in that, the synth totally goes away. It gets pushed way out of the way, and all you hear is kind of this fizzly saturation distortion for a second. That's what I would encourage you to try to clean up, because there's such cool sounds, and it's such interesting stuff that I want to be able to hear all the nuance of what you've got going on. So, really, really cool, really, really interesting, man. I dig it. I really appreciate you swinging by and sharing it. Please come back anytime. And for what it's worth, I know you say you no longer are active in playing tenor sax. What you can get some of the coolest sounds in the galaxy with processed saxophone. Even on stuff like this, you can get like there's a couple of great videos out there of guys doing dubstep basses and doing sound design for dubstep basses using tenor and bari sax and bass clarinet. Bass clarinet, if you play it right, sounds like an insane serum patch. It's wild. So I don't know if you still have a sax or if you have access to one. Yeah, dude, here, hang on. Let me pull up a quick video, and then, Konak, we'll chat in a second. Clarinet dubstep. There's one video in particular. It's ancient. It's been on the internet for 1,000 years. Let me see if I can find it. I'm sure any of these are fine examples, though. Yeah, or like, I don't know if you're hip to Moon Hooch. I think you're coming up in a couple. Flyman, but Super can give you a check on the queue. Maybe this might be a good example here. Yeah. Yeah, you can get some insanely cool sounds. Yeah, not a great example there. You get the point. You can get some incredibly cool sounds out of instruments like that. So grab your tenor, feed it through some amps, put a bunch of delay on it, feed it through some filters. Contrabassoon, sure, absolutely. You can get some really, really fun shit going on. I'm just so used to classical music and single note sheets. This is nice to see. Dude, there are no rules, my guy. You can do anything you want with anything. I constantly, I just got this, which is a Bode Psaltery, a very goofy, very medieval sounding instrument. I am going to use this to score a horror game.
On their song.
Nutta, we can Yeah, we can do feedback for you. Just to let you know, Neto, we're still pretty deep in queue, so it is going to be a little bit. We technically have queue closed right now, but you're totally fine. Just go ahead and fill that form out for me. Lets me know a little bit more about. No, you're good. You can submit. We're getting through queue now, so it's okay. Leave the pinned up though, super, because I don't want to have too many terribly more jumping in, but you're totally fine. I'd love to hear it, Nada. So yeah, just fill that form out for me real quick. That'll get you in queue. Tells me a little bit more about you and your track, what you're looking for feedback on, all that kind of stuff. So thank you very much. I'm excited to hear it. But yeah, anyways, Lockjaw, dig the sax out, man, and just like do some weird shit with it. Have fun with it. Make noise. It's good. We love it. Okay. Konek had a really, really great question. I'm the sound engineer for a soul band, and I'm having some mixing issues. Can't really figure out what the problem is. When I hear mixes on different styles, even amateur ones, I sometimes think to myself that I'm way off the mark. So Konek, are you talking about mixes that you hear on records that you're trying to recreate live, or like when you go and see shows with other live engineers? There's things about their mixes that you like. Give me a little bit more context for what we're talking about, because I have done some live sound work in the past, and live sound and mixing records are certainly very different, but there's a lot of the same principles apply. And so if you can be a little more specific, if possible, about what you feel like yours is missing, or what you're hearing. It's a live session recorder with an M32R. Okay, very cool. So Midas board. Okay, and you're trying to mix it to release as like a live show that has been mixed off of a multi-track from the desk. I'm assuming is what you're talking about. Those Midas desks are great. I had a standing residency in a club back in Colorado for many years that had an M32. They're very, very nice desks, really good preamps. Yes, multi-track recording to perfect my mix home. Okay, cool. Yeah, so the number one name, and I've mixed plenty of live records like that as well. The number one thing that you're always fighting when you're mixing a live recording like that is bleed, right? So really intelligent use of gating can be really, really critical. Really judicious editing can sometimes be necessary. Ricky Akimbo. Ricky is Akimbo. We love it. Got a link if you need the context. Yeah, sure. If you want to throw it in for feedback, you're welcome to, and we can take a look at it here in a bit. But yeah, in my experience, when you're working on live projects like that, the number one thing that you're fighting all the time is just bleed between the instruments, because you usually have like your drummer is right next to your guitar, the guitar amp and the bass amp. And so like your hi-hat mic has a snot load of guitar in it. And, you know, your vocal mic has a ton of cymbals in it and stuff. And so really, really judicious use of editing and not being afraid to go in and really get granular and chop a lot of stuff out. Anytime the singer stalks, your drummer is a lumberjack for sure. They usually are. I should say we usually are. I'm a drummer. You know, really judiciously gating your snare mics. Yeah, here we can just listen to this for a quick second here. Do. A ton of gating compression. Okay. I think that sounds really nice, actually. I could use more kick, and the vocals are pretty roomy. So if there's a way to pull a little bit more, maybe top end detail or presence out of the vocals, could be good. But yeah, so if you're already using a lot of gating and stuff, that's definitely important. And yeah, just editing. I found myself doing a lot of editing where I'd go through and really granularly cut stuff out. Because like in general, when you're working with those, there's so much bleed everywhere that the second you try to compress something, then it starts bringing out harsh, shitty frequencies and other stuff, and it's just a lot of frequency management. So as much as you can edit that out and gate that out, that's going to help clean things out a lot. And then honestly, like doing bus compression is always going to be better than doing individual compression, because bus compression is going to be smoother, right? So if you can even like bus, instead of trying to compress horn mics individually, yeah, for sure. Instead of trying to compress your horn mics individually, send them all to one bus and do your compression there instead of on a per track basis. That'll help. Same thing with all your drum mics. Same thing with like you could even bus the guitar and the bass together and compress those together as opposed to individually. Anyways, yeah, hopefully that is helpful in some way. But it's tricky, man. Mixing live stuff is really, really tricky. Yeah, Blazen's here. We still got a bunch of people. Anyways, yeah, just a few ideas. That's, it's just like whenever I work on stuff like that, I'm just like, here we go. Like, we're gonna make it as good as we can. And really, like miking, so much of it is also like what happens on the day, and the more separation you can get between the players physically on stage. It's not that they're more interesting. Oh, thanks, Nada. I appreciate it. Okay, very cool, Nada. We may be wrapped up by then, but I will skip your feedback for now. And if we can't get to it today, I'll be on tomorrow at 2 p.m. Then you're welcome to come back then. We'll get you taken care of. But thanks for hanging out, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, 2 p.m. Eastern time, US, I should say. Sorry. Yeah, and jump in the Discord. Everybody jump in the Discord. That's really smart, Konek, for sure. That's a good way to handle it. But yeah, it's always a bit of an adventure. Yeah, just like getting as good of a recording as you can from the go is really great. And yeah, so I hope that is helpful. Sounds good though, like for a starting point. And for where it's at right now, I think it sounds really nice. Band sounds good too. So strong work. And thanks for stopping by, my friend. Okay, duly noted. You are up. This won't take much of your time. It's not much, but I'm working around vocals completely this time, making drums later. Okay, yeah, absolutely, Konek. Thanks for hanging out, man. So the vocal processing, what's there is what you want to go for. Okay, very cool. Very, very early work in progress. Just a vibe check here mostly. And thinking about kind of where the vocals are at. Okay.
Once again, I'm breaking all the patterns, learn my lesson. No, not all beginnings are the end. I got away from everything that I'd known, and I won't waste another minute.
Very true, Konek.
I get so lost inside of your eyes. How do you do it to me?
Where'd you grab the vocals from, Dooley?
I get so lost
I can't remember if you said or not.
inside of your eyes. How do you do it to me?
Yeah, for sure, Konek. Yeah, Bleed is your number one enemy with live stuff. Always. Splice. Okay. Sounds gorgeous. Vocals feel a little chesty around 400-ish, 500-ish.
Son, no, not all.
It's nice, but I'm just thinking, knowing you and your sound design and how you craft beats, you might get a little bit hairy in that area, you might want to scoop them a little bit more. Not much, because they sound like, I like the resonance and the presence in that register. But it might just be a wee, once you put the whole track together, I feel like you might get some build up in that region with them. And I would pull a little bit there, and I would give it more airband too. I would give it more 12K. You know, if you have like a Pultec, for example, Pultec style EQ, set that top boost to like 12K, just lift it. Just lift that airband a little bit. You're just, oh, lovely detail. This is why I know, you know, for modern production, you guys use like all modern plugins, and you could do it with a FabFilter EQ or something. A Pultec EQ, 12K wideband boost, best vocal sound in the world. Best fucking vocal sound in the world. So good.
Beginnings.
But it's really, really nice, man. Really nice start. Really nice start. Brass section is close to the woodcutter. Singer is in front. Snare drowns out the lead. Yep. 15 years away from the stage. You know, in a perfect world. If you ever have the option to put your drummer in the plexiglass thing, what the hell do they call them? Those work wonders if you have access to one and you can use one on your gig. Those work wonders for recording bands live. They do an insane amount of control on the drums. Yeah, and that's like snare bleed into that lead mic is a huge problem for sure. And there's really no like great solution for it, unfortunately. You could even do like, it would take forever, but like clip gaining, like just cut out a lot, you know, the really bad offending snare hits and duck ever so slightly where they're happening. Like that's kind of a crazy thing. Or you even like you could play around with a dynamic EQ and try to find where the snare drum is really poking out and like control it using that. I don't know. It's tricky, man. It's real tricky. All right. Sample Talk. Thank you for sharing. Duly noted. Sample Talk. You are up, my friend.
You and I walking.
Play piano, working in Studio One, of course. I was consciously drawing on trap music. I kept the chord progression deliberately simple. The mix was done by a Spanish engineer. Okay, very cool. One of my personal beliefs is that being too explicit or easy to understand is kind of uncool. So I honestly wrote the lyrics pretty arbitrarily, more like fitting words into the movement of the mouth rather than trying to convey clear meaning. Okay, so kind of stream of consciousness vibes. Because Japanese has long vowel sounds, I chose to use English. Okay. In a way, this might connect to the musical aesthetic of soul coughing. 1,000%. I was just thinking stream of consciousness. Is this kind of aesthetic something that's accepted in contemporary American pop music? Pop music? Pop really, they like very on the nose, very accessible, easy to understand lyrics. But there are many exceptions to that.
The day comes, you and I walking this way until the day comes.
Yeah, Shield. That's right.
Go to jail to work out like losing my past. And it got one and only we call it out street. Wasted time is all I lost that everyone holds. Tell what say to me, tell what say to me, tell what say to me. Tell what say to me, tell what say to me, tell what say to me. Tell what say to me, tell what say to me, tell what say to me. Tell what say to me, tell what say to me, tell what say to me. You and I walking this way until the day comes. You and I walking this way until the day comes. You and I walking this way until the day comes. You and I walking this way until the day comes. 每个字还passed the time, I kept the secret. Out of it, one simple melody, I just got it. Vocaloid, that's one more twist to record it what you got. Wasted time is what I got that everyone lost. Tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me. Tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me. Tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me. Tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me, tell what you got for me. You and I walking this way until the day comes. You and I walking this way until the day comes. You and things also are replaceable. Got it back to walk around like getting my pass. Memory calls one and only we call it as music. Wasted time is what I hold out to everyone. Yeah, life goes on. Take one say to me, take one say to me, take one say to me. Take one say to me, take one say to me, take one say to me. Take one say to me, take one say to me, take one say to me. Take one say to me, take one say to me, take one say to me.
Really neat, man. I like the vibe. I like the vibe a lot. Yeah, I see what you mean with the lyrics. And what's cool about writing this way is anybody can kind of interpret whatever they want from them, which is kind of fun. Melodies are nice. I think that the mix is good. The vocals are pretty low, and there's a lot of the kind of like 300-ish area and not a lot of like top end to them. So I would probably, if I were mixing it, I would lean the vocals away from the low and more into the top end detail to make some of the lyrics just a little bit clearer to hear. And my other thought is that the sections, like every verse, the drums drop out, and then every chorus, the same, more or less, I think. Yeah, so again, you know, you've seen me do this a bunch, Sample, where I jump around to these different moments in your track. And so when I jump between those two choruses, like your first chorus and your last chorus, the programming and the production of the beat element is and even the vocals is all pretty much identical, right? I would want to hear more evolution. Like, drop the drums out for the first verse, sure. Have a little bit of drums in the second verse, and then have full drums in the third verse. Each chorus add some new elements. Add a high pad. Add some vocal harmonies. Add like ride stuff, more hi-hat stuff, percussion stuff. Because that's what's like right now the track kind of goes boop, 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 dynamically. And what we really want to see is boom, whoom, bow. For that last chorus, you want it to like open way up and really have it feel like we've arrived, you know, at this climactic peak moment of the tune. So I think it could use some development in that sense, in terms of just making those sections more dynamic, a little bit more, you know, with more of an evolving quality to them as it runs through the tune. I think that would really would really do a lot. How is my vocal? Is it commercial level? When I listen to Chris Brown, is it good? Does it have such a quality? I think in terms of your vocal performance, I would focus on enunciation. Enunciation being really clearly pronouncing your S's and your T's and so like even just this line right here is a good example. Tell me what you say to me, right? Tell me what you say to me. Tell me what you say to me versus what you're doing right now kind of sounds, tell me what to say to me, tell me what to say to me, tell me what to say to me. Like the first you is missing. And I think you're going, tell me what you say to me. Like you're saying it in there. But yes, it's a little slurred. It's a little, and I think that's like where I'm saying, like, in the mixing side, if you lean away from the low end and more into the top end, it can help with that. But it all comes down to performance, right? So really focusing on leaning in and really enunciating, tell me what you say to me, tell me what you say to me, tell me what you say to me, tell me what you say, like really making sure that all of the chewy, crispy consonants are really clear, really in time, really tight, I think is the first thing I would focus on. And because, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're a native Japanese speaker, English is second language for you. That can be tricky. You're singing in a totally different language. But, you know, and I know Japanese has less of those kinds of combine consonant, real crunchy ch sounds and, stuff like that. Japanese in general is a Zentrix. How's it going? Good to see you, man. It's kind of a softer language in terms of pronunciation. But yeah, I think that would be a good thing to a good thing for you to focus on as you keep working through stuff. So, but it's nice, it's like good chord progression, simple chord progression, but very effective. That's really nice. Good melodies, like all that stuff is very cool. But yeah, just some thoughts there in terms of more evolution in terms of the production, vocal performance stuff. But thank you as always for sharing, man. I love hearing your stuff, and I appreciate you hanging out and being so patient. Oh, thank you. Thank you, my friend. But we're going to keep cooking here. Flyman is up next. We are pushing through queue here. We're making good headway. I think we got six out in front of us at the moment. So thank you guys again so much for all your patience. I know it takes a while, but I really, really appreciate you guys hanging out. This is from DJ Flyman, a good friend of the channel, working in FL. This is one of my first ever collabs. I made this with a fellow EDM producer from Bosnia. Very cool. So you can imagine, even setting up a common time where we could talk was a pain for sure. But we're working together on a new track for my upcoming album, which I'm hyped for. Excellent. Yeah, agreed, Blazing. Exclamation point feedback as just one word, Zentrix. Yeah, Fizz, we're popular today. We capped out at 30. So when you, sorry to interrupt, Flyman. When you do exclamation point feedback, it's going to get you a link to a Google form. If you just fill that out for me, there's a spot in there to put the link. And it just tells me a little bit more about you and the track and what you want feedback on, all that kind of stuff.
Zentrix_ wants feedback on their song.
I will give a life just to live and dream again. If our hearts are hanging on a wire, let's forget the world below and dance out till the end. Let's dance.
Great melody. Really great melodies. Sounds good, Super. Nice build. Really nice build. Really nice work, man. Sounds great. I'm assuming you were the person you were collaborating with did the vocals. Is that correct? The vocals are a little dark. Like there's a lot of, again, this chesty 300-400 area and not a lot of like real top end detail. So I'd probably tweak that. And then the mix overall is really well balanced and really, really nice. But I would like just a little bit more top end out of the mix overall. A little bit, like 8K, 10K and up, this airband that we keep talking about. I could use more detail up there overall. It's a remix. Okay. Made the melodies. He made the main structure, synth sounds, also did the mix. Okay. Gotcha. Very cool. Yeah. And that's, overall it's really, really nice. I just, like the EQ and the vocals is pretty low end heavy and not super detailed. I would probably work on that a bit. I know you guys did this, years ago. So it's not like you can, you're working on it, but just telling you what I'm hearing. And then just, like generally top end sparkle, I could use a little bit more, on the mix overall. But it's great. Great grooves, really nice remix, great melody. Your melodies are phenomenal, man. I love your melodies. They're really clean and clear and they're really like commercial. I don't mean that in a negative way at all. I mean it in a very positive way. They're very singable, they're really accessible. And they're great. They're the kinds of big anthemic melodies that you want in tracks like this. It's the stuff that you picture a festival crowd freaking out over. So great job there. But yeah, thank you for sharing, man. And I'm excited to hear what you guys do for the track for your new album. So yeah, thank you very, very much. Ad time. Well, thankfully the ads are over in 5 seconds. So perfect timing. And Flyman's a sub, so we're safe there. Oh, thank you, Flyman. You're the best. Okay. Keeping cooking here. Hey, Fizz, you are up, my friend. And Fizz, if there's a way for you to be here as we start working on this next game, you are going to love it because it is very much a horror game, a very high energy horror VR action stealth situation. So we're going to have a lot of fun with it. Hello. Oh, it's going to be super fun. Fizz, eminently talented composer, working in FL. LMS stands for Last Man Standing. This is default Last Man Standing track. Okay, cool. Gotcha. For a Roblox asymmetrical horror game called Banlands. Game is still a work in progress. Last Man Standing triggers when there's only the killer and one survivor left, 100%. I work on a lot of different Roblox games. That's awesome, man. It's a great market. Ares is a Roblox game. And I know there is a massive community and a load of money in working on Roblox games if you can get up to the level. That the developers of Ares have been production on Ares and development on Ares has slowed down because they work on Steal a Brain Rot. Plants vs. Brain Rot, which is like the #1 game on Roblox right now. And it's their full-time job. great work, man. Really, really great work. I think you've nailed it. I think it fits the brief 100%. Really nice melodies, really nice structure. My one idea for you, just my one thought, this ending section, because you're roughly, you're here-ish, right? Sort of A flat minor space. And the whole tune is pivoting around that to kind of your dominant 5, right? You're very much doing like the harmonic minor thing, which is great. I think that's very fitting. Hang on, let me turn all of the giant reverb off of this. So you're very... Which is great. Very classic horror sound. Very, almost, I think of it as like a gothic kind of a sound. When you get to the end, and it's this final giant build section, you've stated that harmonic idea a bunch. I would take this section and I would go totally atonal. I would go, I would do like ascending. I would think do you know what a shepherd tone is? Fizz? Because I would do something like that where it gets, and again, just an idea for you. I'm not saying it's, so a shepherd tone is an auditory illusion where you basically take a series of sine waves that are increasing in pitch smoothly, and you fade them in and out so it sounds like it's a sound that like never stops going up in pitch. It's a very cool effect. And I feel like you could do something like that in this moment to really pull it away from something that's really harmonic and tonal, which a lot of the piece is. And I think it'll give it a moment of like real intensity. Analysis of the piece that I did. Koenig, I'd be happy to listen to it. If you want to do exclamation point feedback and get it in queue, I would be happy to check it out. The Never Ending Ascent, S.L. Murphy over on the YouTube site. Exactly. This is what a shepherd tone sounds like. And you can see in this picture exactly how it's made. It's trippy because it feels like it's always getting higher and higher and higher and higher and higher, but it never actually gets higher. And it's a really cool thing to use in scoring because it's really disorienting sounding. And you can do an ascending one and it feels like the energy just like never stops building. And if you do it descending, it feels like you never stop falling, right? So, and you can do it like, yes, it's a bunch of sweeping tones. Yes, they did, Tekity, exactly. Yeah, it's just a sine wave that's sweeping up. You just layer it. So you bring this sine in at 20 hertz and you bring it up and up and up and up and up and up. And at some point it leaves leaves the frequency spectrum, and you just bring another one in underneath it. And it gives this illusion like it's always ascending in pitch. You can do it with chord progressions in a very cool way by doing inversions. You can do it. So like, for example, when I talk about inversions, I always use this example. Right, which is just two chords. That's just C major, D major, or I have it transposed right now, but this would be C major, D major. Right, but funny, the Griffin, I see a shepherd tone, absolutely. you could absolutely do a Shepard tone-esque kind of a thing where you go, this is going to be very hard to play. Fuck. Right? And you keep adding voicings in the bottom and have the top constantly ascending and ascending and ascending. You could build a whole Shepard tone out of that chord progression, for example. But I think in your track here, Fizz, what I want, oh yes, absolutely, Fendi. There's all kinds of fun audio illusions. It's super interesting. But what I think I want to hear, you have such great harmony and melody through the whole thing, and this section is so intense. And given the context of that, it's a last man standing sort of game event, or trigger or whatever. I do want a moment that feels like just total abject intensity, and I feel like going something either like a Shepard tone could be kind of an inspiration, or just something really atonal, something really chromatic, something that gets away from notes altogether and is just like ascending sound designy sounds. Because it's really good. It's a good level of energy and density in terms of the mix and the instrumentation, but it's just the same harmony that has been present in the rest of the track, which works for a while. But I feel like at the end, when you just start slamming into it, it's like I want to hear it change harmonically and go to something even darker and even more gnarly and even more scary. Just my thought. Just totally my thought. I think could be really cool. But other than that, your stuff always sounds great. The level of energy is perfect. Great melodies, great use of harmonic minor. That's all super fit. And I think the energy level and the fact that it is put together the way that it is works really, really well for a last man standing kind of a situation. So yeah, just that one last section, I think, could be cool. Could be fun. Could be all right. Let's see here. Yeah, is Jacob here? Is Jacob who's next in queue? And you, no, I think it's Blazin. Blazin is up next. No, Konik, you asked what keyboards I use. Zoop. My main board is yeah, absolutely. Of course. Anytime. Thank you for sharing, Fizz. Is a Native Instruments Control S61 Mark III. No, you can jump in, guys. You can jump into queue. We're almost caught up at this point. We only have like 4 left. So yeah, anybody else who wants feedback, you can ! feedback our issue.
Eric Chu _music wants feedback on their song.
So yeah, it's the NI Mark III. And then up here, I have Arturia Keylab. Why can't I? Why is that not making sound? We have the Arturia Keylab. My Arturia patch is completely failing for some reason. I don't understand why. What happened? There we go. That's the Keylab 61 Mark III. They're both excellent. I love them both. I use all the Arturia stuff, and what I love about the Keylab is that it's got the sliders and knobs, which are pre-assigned and pre-mapped to all of the wrong direction. All of this stuff here is pre-assigned and pre-mapped to all of the controls, like brightness, timbre, all this stuff. So I can build patches a lot like you can on an analog synth, which is really, really, really nice. And then you can do that on the control as well, but with the screen and with the Native Instruments libraries, you have really, really nice control over those as well, just in a different way. So most of my sessions get some Arturia stuff, and I control that and play it here. And then for my more library stuff,
feedback on their song.
For my more like string scoring libraries and all the NI libraries that I use, that has good control down here. So That's kind of the vibe. But anyways, yes, we are on to, was it Blazin? I think it's Blazin. It's very true, Super. You're not wrong. But it's okay. We're just chilling. I'm not doing fucking anything. It's Feedback Monday. Like we're in it to win it. Okay, Blazin. Play piano. Excellent. This is inspired by macabre and horror, like all of my stuff, but you went cyberpunk dystopia. Blazin, have you seen the game that we just got hired to score? That we just signed on to? Because if you haven't, you should jump in the Discord. And yeah, yeah, you've seen. I'm pretty sure Blazin's in the Discord already. Oh, yeah, go. You're in the Discord, aren't you, Blazin? You should go scroll up and chat in the Discord if you haven't already and looked at the game we just got pulled on for. But yeah, I have nothing for review, only videos of myself playing classical music. I mean, hey, that's awesome. Lycracona. How's it going? You should be in the Discord. Go join the Discord. Yeah, the game is called Order 1, and it is a cyberpunk horror stealth action game, VR game.
It's what it is. Something separates me from other people. Something separates me from other people. Something separates me from other people.
We are going to close queue, by the way, for feedback, because Super's... Ooh. Perfect. No, this is not AI. Oh, the image. Yeah, the image might be AI. But the yeah, you made it in Q. Absolutely, Fundy. Yeah, the image is. I mean, I don't. Blazin would have to. I would imagine that's an AI image, but the song isn't. Which, look, for SoundCloud cover art, I don't, you know.
It's what it is. Something separates me from other people.
Great work, man. I love your bass sounds. And you're going to want to hang while we work on this game because this is more or less exactly what I'm probably going to end up doing for this game soundtrack. It's great. I do think there could be more ear candy. Like the idea that stuck out to me, one of my favorite tricks is to just have a really ripping lead sound. The one I have pulled up is not ideal. But to do really slow, sustained notes that bend, particularly from the flat 7 of your scale or your chord. What's up, Jerry? So like, again, the sound itself, I would use something way more ripping and way more intense. Hang on. Yeah, this is like very silly. But yeah. Like real slow. Sometimes with a ton of reverb, and it just gives this real crunchy, like, kind of weird vibe in the background. Something like that could be nice in here. Some more like I could hear metallic clangs, random, like almost dubby delay stuff could be really nice. Yeah, there's like a little more ear candy going on. But mix-wise, really clean. Present, punchy. I love the big crushing, the bass sound I adore. I think it evolves really nicely where it's less glitchy and it's less bit crushed here. And then you have a nice break. And then build back into it being more in your face and more distorted is a great choice. But yeah, this is extremely the vibe of this game that we just got pulled on. So I'm going to be, oh no, I'm so sorry. That sucks. Get cloud back up. I was talking about this last week. Cloud backup is everything, man. It's very common in chat now where people are like, I want to keep working on it, but the file's gone. Like, man, get Dropbox. So you can get like a basic Google Drive pack for like $3 a month. Not that Google needs any more money, but something to prevent that from happening is very critical. But I'm so sorry you lost it. That's a huge bummer. Yeah, this is fantastic. This is giving me ideas for the game that we're about to start working on. Yeah, for sure, man. No, I feel you. I'm very sorry that stings. But anyways, yeah, fantastic job, man. It sounds fucking great. Sounds absolutely great. And thank you as always for sharing, man. Your stuff is always super strong. Oh, who's that? Who's making me drink? Koenig. Thank you, friend. Yeah, USB 2 works. Okay, cooking right along here. We have just a couple left in queue. Looks like about 6-ish left in queue, 7 maybe, before we wrap for the day. This is Tekity. You are up, my friend. Thank you so much for your patience, all of you. Second weekly song, but I had made one before that I'm counting. Glide was the theme for this one, but I thought of a little seed pod gliding down from a tree in the wind. Okay. Really cool chords. Yes, I believe he did. Super. back here. Just calling it out as I hear it. You've got a little tiny bit of distortion and clipping in a few moments there, just to let you know. This is if you're not hip to Steve Reich, my t-shirt is for, go listen to Steve Reich. You would love Steve Reich. You would absolutely love Steve Reich, Techity. This is great. This is such a cool vibe. Okay, gotcha. Very cool. Yeah, go here. I'm gonna stick this in chat for anybody. Steve Reich is a postmodern composer. Incredibly cool stuff, and very much in this vibe. You would love his stuff. Music for Six Marimbas. It's great. Yes, I think it could use a little more development as it goes through. And where I mainly hear that is, yes, we love Steve Reich. Is through low. I want low end. I want warmth. I want richness, and I want a little more context for the chords, because you have very interesting, very ambiguous voicings that are very, very, very neat. I love that main blump, blump, blump. Like, that's such an interesting and cool way to voice the chords as they like kind of bounce together, which you can see in the MIDI here. But like fundamentally, it is like sort of D minor 9-ish, 11-ish to a nice C major, right? Is kind of the core of what you're doing here. And so I think, you could bring in something like a Rhodes or a low piano or more rich strings, but lower in register. You've got nice strings, but I'm missing a richness, down in this region. And then even lower, perhaps. That distortion's me, by the way. But that low... Because if you're thinking about a gliding seed pod falling out of a tree, I love that as an image. It's got to hit the ground at some point, right? So I think that would be a great way to develop it. Is bring out some low end, bring out some richness, and something that's a little more outlines the chords a little more clearly, just to give it some anchor that can come in. I love where it starts, but I would bring some of those elements in, a third of the way through, and then. And then develop it even more so, and keep adding kind of lower and lower. I think could be a really cool approach. Such an interesting way of writing music, like telling a story. Absolutely. Well, and that's when it comes to like score, especially game scoring stuff. This would work so well in a game. It's a really, really cool idea. Really, really cool idea. I love it. I want low at some point. I think would be a great way to develop it out further. But it's excellent, man. It's really, really pleasant, and would be right at home in like a cozy game or an RPG. Very like Zelda-ish, anything in that kind of world or diaspora, or whatever you want to call it, would be awesome. So, but great job. I don't think this was specifically for games, but we do a lot of stuff for games here on the channel, and this would work really well for a game. But great job again. Okay. Okay, so we are moving past. This is Jacob Fox is up, but I don't think Jacob is with us anymore, which is kind of funny because Jacob was working really, really hard to spam his links in chat earlier, and then he left. So, you know, if he comes back, he is welcome and we will check it out, but we're going to skip over for the time being. I don't like having to warn people so many times about doing things, but, you know. Nutta! How's it going, Nutta? What's up, buddy? Level 6. Producer. You play drums? Hey, me too. I love it. We love drums. What DAW do you use? Ear Sketch, Georgia Tech coding website. FL Studio and FL Nova. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Bass, heavy drum and bass. Remix of my brother's song he made 11 years ago. Oh, that's cool. That's super neat. We love seeing a little family collab. Oh, are we in ads? Is that what's happening here? Oh no, we're in ads. I hate it. 4 ads. Boo. We will vibe for a second then. Let's vibe. Ad break ended. The community is back. Oh, did we miss something, Techie? Here, let's listen. Sorry, I didn't mean to bail. Ooh. Oh. I'm so sorry about the ads, guys. You know, there's only so much we can do about them. Techie, I thank you for pointing that out. That's very cool. You should use that earlier. You should use that earlier in the track, for sure. Use that as an element to change because I love that pattern a lot. But that would be a great thing to fly forward a little bit and use to evolve things. You know, like we're talking about evolving things a little bit. I would use that earlier and then reference it again at the end. It's very, very cool. Thank you for pointing out. That's super neat. No, we're almost to you. There's only like 2 or 3 people ahead of you, Koenig. Yeah, we have 5 remaining, and I think I don't know if you're last. I don't think you're last. So just a couple more. But anyways, Nutta. Yes, we did not actually pull this. Here it is. Let's check out what you got going on. Yes, this is good drum and bass. Very cool track. Very, very cool track. I have a couple of thoughts. But overall, really, really nice. Really nice bass design. Really nice bass sound design, like sound design on the basses. They feel a little OTT crushed. The basses specifically, the beat feels really nice, and the basses are nice and out of the way of the groove. The sub fundamental feels good. Could be a little bit more present. Great issue. I love house. So the drums, I would love to hear more of the ghost note breaky stuff in this. Okay, made it in like 15 minutes. It's excellent for 15 minutes. But I want to hear more of the kind of classic D&B texture on the kit. And I will show you what I mean. It's with these like ghost notes that you hear in so many breaks. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Nana. Yes, like a quiet acoustic stuff, breaky stuff. That shit is always really, really nice. It doesn't have to be like old school sample, though. You can do that with programmed beats for sure. But just more of that. It's all about those ghosts, right? Is what gives, to me, it's kind of the hallmark that gives drum and bass. It's like, it's smoothness. When I think drum and bass, I always think smooth, even if it's really aggressive, really wompy. It always feels so smooth to me when the grooves are done really, really well. Was What a Snare. So yeah, that's what I would want to hear here. My other thought was the intro is pretty quiet compared to the rest of the track. Like here, it's obviously you're doing a big filter sweep and that's fine, but I would like try to boost that a little bit and maybe as the filter opens up, drop the volume or something like that. You said ghost note. I mean, yes, we usually like snare is the number one thing that ghost notes are associated with. Any instrument can do ghost notes, and you can, a ghost note is really just the idea of a quiet, offbeat, or syncopated note. So you can have ghost notes on piano, you can have them on bass, literally anything. But yeah, like, ghost notes is just all of that in between stuff. So like if you, gotcha, Netta, for sure. If you just play a really, really simple groove, that's fine. But when you start to add ghost notes into it, it gets so much more interesting. And so a lot of your classic breaks, like the Amen break, The almond break sounds the way that it does because of all those ghost notes. And then when you speed that up, that's what gives us the drum and bass sound. Again, to me, you can have really simple drum and bass grooves that don't have ghost notes, but always just feels better to me. Because originally drum and bass came from taking these funk breaks with a funky drummer. The funky drummer James Brown groove that you hear sped out. Oh God, I can't play that at tempo. But all of drum and bass is taking that shit and just speeding it up a ton. And a huge hallmark of those grooves is all that ghost note shit. Thanks, Jerry. I mean, I like playing drum and bass. What can I say? Yeah, of course, Rishu, anytime. And that applies, by the way, to any other genre of music. You can use house grooves with ghost notes sound great. They sound awesome. Cookie. I have an Insta. I don't really use it. I was doing it for a while, but I'm not really on there anymore. I'm mostly just on Twitch or my Discord. You can jump on my Discord as well. It's a great way to stay in touch. No, one last moment of drumming just to show you. Like, even if we just take a house groove, right? Obviously, this doesn't sound like a housey kit. But start adding ghost notes to that. Immediately a way more interesting groove then. So, yeah, very Daft Punk. Any EQ or mastering tips? Sure. Thanks, UC. Honestly, your mix sounds clean as hell, man. And the master sounds clean as hell. That's my tip for you. It sounds great. Seriously, it's a little hard for me to tell, but I would make sure that your real low end information is in mono. We typically don't want to have really wide stereo information below about 200 hertz. So there's you can use what's called an elliptical filter or a lot of imaging tools to sum your bass to mono. Can't super tell if it's really wide or not. It feels like there may be some width down there. So I would do that. But other than that, it sounds really, really nice, man. It's not over compressed. It's loud. It's in your face. Transients feel great. Everything's present. It's not too bright. It's not harsh. From that end, it's maybe like a little heavily compressed, but not too much so. It's really nice. It's very cool. Like more development, more more stuff, I think is good. But great job, man. And especially for 15 or 20 minutes or whatever. It's fantastic. And it's very cool that it's a remix of something your brother did. I love that. So, thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate your patience. Who did a thing? Thank you so very much for the follow there. Bonsai Blessing. Oh, that's a nice username. Sorry, I had to look at that for a second. Like, wait, what? But Bonsai Blessing, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Yes, Zentrix is up next. Let me look at your form here. You play synth. Hey, me too. The song is for a label called Valencia Sound. Owner asked if I wanted to be a part of the label's debut compilation. Very nice. Congratulations, man. What a great get. Congrats. Yes, Techity, I did see your stuff and share your work. It's all very cool. Share as much as you want in there, for sure.
Check this out.
Those are sounds. Bye, Cheesy. Thanks for hanging out. Really nice melody.
Check this out.
I hear your sub bass layer down in there. I want more of it. I want more of it. Just throwing it out there. It feels well side chained, and like your kick is really nice and present. I just want more of that sub layer. Okay. I mean, great job on your sound design. I think that it does feel a tiny bit like you've got your intro and then it drops. And then you go through the melodic thing, and then it kind of feels like it's just no offense, I mean this with all the respect in the world, it feels like it's a bit of a copy paste for the back half of the song. So there's a million different ways you could go about changing that up, and repetition can be good. But I think really what the main thing that got me is I like the intro. The intro is really, really nice. I love the bass sound. It might be a little bit much to open with that. No worries, Nada. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. That aggressive of a bass hitting that early, just that straight across. Indeed. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you hanging out, man. Come back anytime. Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern US. We are here. And we're going to be working on a lot of different projects this week. So come hang out anytime, my friend. I think, I think it might be a little, like, I know it's rhythm and you want to, grab people by the balls or whatever. It's a bit much to come in with this bit. Like I could see a world in which you tone this. Yeah, exactly. This should be a back half of the track sound, which it is. And I think if you just took this sound and mellowed it, bye, Cheesy. Thanks for hanging out. And mellowed it a little bit, it would make the back half of your track hit really, really hard. Go for something less snarly and something more like Wompy here could be nice, if you know what I mean. A little bit more like with less crunch, less grit, less distortion, less really extreme kind of clippy modulation stuff, and a little bit more filter based, a little bit smoother. No worries, Jerry. Thanks for stopping in, my friend. Always good to see you. Go get some good sleep, man. I think it would set the tune up better for then this back half drop to really, really grab people by the face, But other than that, like, you're definitely pushing a lot of lufts here. Very, very high lufts target, but it still sounds pretty clean. So I commend you for that. And I love the melody. The melody is very like Tetris. It feels very Soviet in a weird way. Which I know sounds a little odd, but it's great. It's a really, really pretty melody. It's very like singable. It's very memorable. That's awesome. You don't hear a ton of that in rhythm, so I love that. Yeah, very chiptune, yeah. So, yeah, really nice work overall. Yeah, I think main thing is just that first bass, I would do something gentler. And then let that real snarly bass tone be what happens in your second drop. I think that'll give the track a really nice dynamic. So, but thank you very much for sharing, Zintric. Excellent work overall. I appreciate it. Okay, got just a couple more here. Arishu, you are up next, my friend, working in Reaper, a reworked version of a song I released before. I wish to make this more polished for a personal project. Okay, very, very cool. Ganymede. Koenig, yes, we've got this and then Thundy and then you, if you can hang for just a few more minutes, but I totally understand, man. That is quite late. So if you need to go get some sleep, absolutely swing back another time. I'd be happy to check it out. Nice. Interesting way to cover a modulation. Sorry for skipping around a bit. Just want to make sure we get through things. Overall, this is great. It's really well arranged. It's well put together. It's definitely, you go a lot of different places. It's long, but I don't think that's a problem. I think that for this style, this is a good track to just like sink into. Mix is well balanced overall. The main thing that I'm hearing in my main piece of feedback for you would just be the overall level of compression. The mix is very clean. Your transients are really good. Like all that stuff is on point. It's just, it is quite compressed. And where I'm really getting that is in your break and your build. And you can even see it in your waveform. This is exactly the same volume as the rest of the parts of your track. And I like a nice present build, but what it tells me and just the overall sonic character, feels a little flat. It feels like it's good, clean compression. Like it's not, a lot of times you hear stuff that's like really super compressed and it feels kind of dead and lifeless. That's not going on. But it does feel just a little dynamically like flat to me. So I think that where you will, I wouldn't necessarily automate the compression. I would use less compression on your master bus and focus the compression more on individual elements to get them sitting where you want. And maybe instead of compressing, use a little more volume automation within the session itself to bring things in and out and to control the dynamic on things. Because you got to think about like, what is really what a compressor does, right? A compressor is a volume robot. He turns things down for you when they get too loud. That's really all the compressor does. And so, but the compressor is also not the only tool we have to control volume. We also have things like automation and clip gaining and, all of these other tools in our tool belt where we can level out the dynamics of a sound and make it really consistent and present without necessarily compressing everything really, really heavily. So for some things like drums, a lot of compression can sound really good. Synths, I see a lot of times people put really heavy compression on synths. Synths very rarely need compression. Synths are not really very dynamic sounds. If you have delay on them and you want the delay to be more present, maybe, or something like that. But synths are, think about like most synths, like if you have a square wave lead, it's a square wave. There's no dynamic there. It's not getting louder or quieter. It's either playing a note or it's not. Now, if it's like a pluck with a long decay that gets real nuanced at the end, sure. But most like leads, basses, they're very consistent. We don't really need to compress. And when we do compress them, they end up just kind of losing a lot of their character. And then the same logic applies to the entire track. So if you're taking a lot of sounds that may or may not need some degree of compression and compressing them all really heavily, and then you're taking your whole mix and compressing it really heavily on top of that, you end up with things just feeling a little bit flat and losing some energy and some air and some space. And that's really what I feel like I'm missing a little bit of here is that dimension, that depth to the mix, that space where I can hear reverb tails and I can hear little sparkly edges of things. Because I know they're there because it's a really well put together track and I can tell you know what you're doing, very much so when it comes to the production end of things. But too much compression can kind of mask that stuff a little bit. But like the side chaining sounds really nice. Again, like your chords, your melodies, your arrangements, all that stuff sounds really, really good. We're in one ad break here. Let me know, Urishu, if you got stuck with the ads or not. Is it Urishu? Arik Shu? I'm sorry if I've been pronouncing your name wrong this entire time. We'll give it's 50 seconds. We can vibe out for a second while we're on ad break. Okay, super. If it's good to raid, then we will raid them. It's not? Okay, great. Then we won't do that one. Anyways, okay, we're back from ads. Or at least it looks like we are. Sorry, I don't know if you got caught with ads or issue or not, but regardless. Yeah, that's kind of my bottom line thoughts for you. Just, watch the compression just a little bit. Oh my God, super. That sounds awful. Minuit, how's it going, friend? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. So yeah, I hope that's helpful, Orishu. Yeah, just, back off the compression a little bit and try to give the mix a little bit more room to breathe. I think you'll be in really good shape with it. But other than that, like I said, great melodies, really nice arrangement, good beats, evolves nicely, goes different places. I like that weird little modulation, like tape stop thing in the middle is kind of cool. So, really, really nice job overall. And thank you very much for sharing. Okay. We got two left, guys. Thundy, are you still with us? Senor Thundy or Mrs. Thundy or Captain Thundy? Here, present. Excellent. I have a friend named Miles who's non-binary, and they said, the most wonderful thing, because I tend to say sir or miss or Mr. or, things like that, just as like a part of my regular speech. And I was like, I don't actually know what I should say for a non-binary person. And they were like, just say captain. I'm like, I love that. I'm going to remember that forever. What instruments do you play? Piano, sax, guitar, drums, bass, mandolin, flute, trumpet, ukulele, kalimba, ocarina, and handpan. Good grief, Thundy. You've got me beat. That's very impressive. Working in Studio One. Fantastic. This is a cinematic flip of Chameleon Air's Raiden. Very cool. I know exactly what you're after here, more than likely. Let's check it out. I see an enormous drop coming. Interesting. Okay. Really cool, man. Really, really interesting. Hang on. Hush, SoundCloud. Interesting take on the tune. Overall, I like the arrangement. I feel like particularly once everything really drops in here, the drums, like you've got kind of the like clacking on the side of war drums thing going on. I feel like there could be a little more development with that. I like how the choir comes in. And I like the swells and stuff at the beginning. All feels very cool. But mainly what I'm hearing here is just in terms of the mix, balance is all right. Those clack rhythm sort of vibes are quite prominent. I would definitely bring those back in the mix. But overall, a lot more compression and master here. You know, obviously, if you're really doing like classical, we don't tend to use nearly as much compression. We want a lot of dynamic, to things. But for something like this that is much more on the cinematic side, much more, like something that would be used in a trailer or a game or something like that, you tend to mix and master much more aggressively, certainly than you would classical music. Not necessarily like you would, drum and bass or something like that. But I do want, it feels very, very, like very unmastered to me, or like kind of treated as the whole track. So I would definitely think about that and just compressing and trying to bring out, some balls in the mix overall with like some bus compression, maybe a little tiny bit of saturation over the whole thing, because it'll help those transients snap out more on all the drums. It'll help really bring out the richness in the orchestral stuff. Brain, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. So yeah, that would be kind of my main thought. And an additional top line here at the end. What are we, A flat minor? Up on some violins or some high brass, doing an ostinato or an arpeggiated pattern like that could be really, really nice. Yeah, add some high strings. Yeah, or just like the classic dun 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 dun. Real chanting, rep sort of spiccato bowed, that kind of stuff would be really nice in there. But yeah, just like more in the mix and master front to really make things feel a little bit more in your face. Would be a good call here. But yeah, and then strings, intro's cool. Nice addition to the horror movie. Yeah, that is sort of Halloween-ish, isn't it? I mean, it's classic, But yeah, really nice job overall. I dig it. Very fun way to interpret the tune. So thank you very much for sharing, and overall great. Or Twilight Zone. Yeah, I mean, there's that shape. That actually might be the Twilight Zone. Is it? It's very close. Either way, that shape is that's classic horror. But yeah, thank you again, Thundy, for sharing. Great job with it. Very, very cool. Very interesting take on a tune like that. Okay. We are going to close things out here with Konak. Thank you very much for your patience, man. And then we will go ahead and wrap things up. Go find somebody fun to raid. Looks like Super found somebody cool for us to go check out. So, but man, what an insane stream this has been. We capped out at 30. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. Yeah, I appreciate it. 12 years ago. My goodness. All right. Thanks, Thundy. We'll see you around. I hear an enormous amount of damage from Heaviosity. The classic library, man. It's great. I love it, Blazin'. Very BT as well. That's fucking rad, man. That's super fun. Something like this would really play well for sync. For like TV, this would be great underneath like a bumper for a TV station. Super creative. The reason I pulled up my bass is like the one thing I wanted to hear, particularly where it's like the bass synth drops out and you've got the like funk guitar, like in here. It's like a bunch of goofy ass slap. A bunch of shit like that would be super, super fun in here. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, you know, that's what we got to do. Get good takes sometimes. I do that too. Really good. It's a great bass sound. Yeah. Silly bass. Lots and lots of silly, super funky bass would be kind of fantastic. But obviously it's 12 years old, so you know, probably a little late to add anything to the track. But really, come here. Really, really nice though, man. The mix sounds great. Really clean, really, really punchy. Great transient definition, great clarity on the top end, and just a super, super fun way to put a track together. Yeah, this kind of stuff plays really, really well in sync libraries because it's just like it's upbeat, it feels great. You know, you could repurpose this for so many different things on TV or ads or anything like that. So super fun and honestly a great way to close out the stream. My God, what a day we have had. First of all, a couple of things. Logic 9, very nice. Yeah, for sure, Blazin', right? That's why we pulled it out. I'm going to sneeze in a second. Excuse me, goodness. Holy shit, what a stream. This was a record-setting stream yet again. We averaged, I think, 25 people for a while. That is bananas. Huge shout out to a bunch of new followers that I want to say hi to. Brain, we're going to do our best to read these. Brain, Bonsai Blessing, Michael, Nutta, Ricky Akimbo, Konek, Kronhart, who else? Sonic Buttwick, Archer, Why So Cold, ASCII Music, Turds, Sina. All of these are new followers. Thank you all very, very much. I really appreciate the support. Thank you to Saint for the 5 gifted. You guys all absolutely rock. We are continuing on as we always do with a ton of work. We've got 2 records in at the moment. We've got more stuff to do for Noseboro. We've got stuff to do for the pop artist in LA. I am in talks with a 3rd artist to start a record, an artist by the name of Haley Hall, wonderful singer-songwriter based here in New York that we might be working with. We have Salvage, of course. We have the point and click game. All of these things are in rotation. We also are going to be getting started very shortly on Order 1, this new horror stealth action VR title. So much cool shit coming on stream. I cannot stress it enough. Please get in the Discord, !Discord. We'll get you an invite. Let's see here. Let me go grab this raid because we're going to go check out somebody. Ash FB2B, apparently. Super says we should go check out. So that sounds like a plan to me. Yeah, Blazin, sounds like a plan. We're going to go /raid. Boom. And we're going to go check out another cool music channel, apparently. So let's go and do that. But thank you guys again so very much for watching. I appreciate it. We are live every day, Monday through Friday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time in the U.S., 8 p.m. Central European Time. Come back by anytime. And I hope you guys have a great night, afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is, wherever you're at. And we will see you all tomorrow. Let's go raid someone and have some fun, shall we? Bye.